Hi, chat. How are you guys doing today? Hope you guys are doing good.
Link us, hey.
Hi, Jake. Thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sad you gave up on Echoes of Wisdom. Thank you, Dwayne, for the sub. I appreciate it. Linkus, your videos are amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Hope you guys enjoyed the last part. Last Echoes of Wisdom part is finally done. Thank you, Bastion, for the tier 2, 62 months as well. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, the Game Boy, for the 16 months.
Having lived in Texas now for so long,
I should probably just read the alerts out loud because I don't have my headset on. I ordered a new USB micro cable, by the way, so I can have my upscaler and thingy plugged in at the same time. I ordered the cable. It should come later today, actually, with Amazon. So, but for now, I'm gonna have to manually do the alerts because I can't hear them. I wonder which thumbnail will be the winner for this video. Actually, I only went with one thumbnail this time, believe it or not. Thank you, Game Boy, for the 16 months, saying, hey, Link is in chat. Linkus, having lived in Texas now for so long, what would be your favorite barbecue food? Ooh, well, I think the best barbecue I've had is at a place, if you're ever in the DFW area, you have to go to this. They have a location in Frisco and in McKinney, and it's a place called Hutchins Barbecue. It is considered one of the best barbecues in all of the US. It's hands down the best, like some of the best food I've ever eaten in my whole life. My favorite things from there is definitely ribs and pulled pork, but even their like standard things like their brisket's good as well. And a lot of people really like their barbecue thing when it's like a jalapeno with like bacon and cheese and stuff in it. I'm not a huge fan of it because I don't like peppers much, but jalapenos, but yeah. But people like it a lot. Thank you, Skate, for the 5 gifties and for the pats. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So I didn't have the sound on for that. Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. They get tough for the 1 year as well. I don't know if you guys saw this, but actually, I returned a sub goal. Now, this next sub goal is going to be a big stretch goal, but I thought because people kept asking, Linkus, can we get another sub goal? So, I don't know if you can see it underneath the stream, but the next sub goal is quite a big jump. It's at 2.2k, but if we were to hit it, I would return to Breath of the Wild 100%. So the return of the huge runs for Breath of the Wild Hundo would be returning. So that is the stretch goal. No, 100% runs does not include DLC. Mostly because it actually makes it sadly the speedrun worse, even though it'd be cool. The dungeon itself, basically, I'll literally summarize it. Inspired by Player 5, yeah. Basically, to summarize the DLC in a speedrun perspective, it's unfortunately really sad because the DLC's cutscenes are unskippable for some reason. Most of them are not skippable like the base game, meaning you get a ton of unskippable cutscenes. The shrines, even though really fun as a casual, I'm sure you can imagine, use BIL through them, so you don't actually play through them. And the last dungeon, you might be like, oh, that's so cool. You literally do an out of bounds clip and just get to the end. So you don't actually really get anything out of it except for adding a little bit more time and and unskippable cutscenes. How do you stream old game consoles? Capture cards. I have not done a 100% Tears of the Kingdom run. It's just a little bit too long for me. Are we going back to Wind Waker? I was wondering about when this run would happen. Yeah. I'm going to be doing Echoes of Wisdom and Wind Waker. Well, at least my plan is to. Maybe I'll have to dump one game if chat keeps driving me nuts. Dude, I swear to God, let me summarize what's happened these past 3 streams, or 4 streams, okay? Did Echoes of Wisdom, Echoes of Wisdom, Echoes of Wisdom. People kept asking me, hey, Linkus, I can't watch the stream. Are you returning to Wind Waker? I said, yes. I do one Wind Waker stream, and there's like 20 or 30 people. I was like, wait, you're quitting to Echoes of Wisdom? Wait, you're done with Echoes of Wisdom? And then in the next stream, I do Echoes of Wisdom, and people are like, damn, you only returned to Wind Waker for 1 day? Wait, Linkus, are you kidding me? You only did 1 day of Wind Waker, and now we're back to this? And now we're here with Wind Waker, and now I'm gonna get asked questions again. If we quit Echoes of Wisdom, there is no winning this fight. There is no winning. You can't escape, exactly. Will Wind Waker all dungeons use the zombie hour to get rid of RNG at the end of the run? Actually, yes. So really exciting thing about it is that initially it seemed like it wasn't really going to be worth it because it's slower to do the zombie hover than the RNG method. But then I forgot about one thing, and some people, but the community realized something. So if you've ever watched an all dungeon speedrun of Wind Waker, you might have seen that what we do is we actually enter Tingle's room here, get the Tingle tuner, but after that, do you guys remember that in all dungeons, for some random reason, we go into this jail cell, we go up through this little secret passage behind Tingle and get the Picto Box? So you get the Picto Box in all dungeons, and that's for the reason that if you get the Picto Box, it's required to do the RNG method on Wind Waker GameCube, because basically you have to take out the Picto Box to load the morphs. So, you know, you clip out of bounds, you shoot the morph, and you immediately take up the camera to spawn them. Anyways, because you save the time of not having to get the Picto Box, it actually makes it the tied to not doing it. So it's tied in terms of time of the RNG method with the Picto Box versus the zombie hover. So as long as you can physically perform the zombie hover, it is not slower. Meaning you can now, with an all dungeons run, not lose any time and get a guaranteed method to do it. So yeah, it's going to be a nice time. Anyways, there's one trick I mainly wanted to practice before starting runs. Actually, 2 things, I guess, but one main thing. I have to do trial skip. If you guys were not here for the last run we did, my actual PB of 54:38 lost 2 minutes to this trick right here. 2 minutes. That is not an over-exaggeration. We straight up lost 2 minutes. It was bad. It was rough. So I need to figure out what is wrong with my timing / angle. I know that it works sometimes, but I need to figure out a way to get this every time to work. Now, I think if I aim over here, it's too little of an angle. So I want to make sure I find a good in-between angle. So let's go for lining up this thing here, which is roughly where I've been before. So maybe this. But I need to figure out the timing for the A input, and I need to figure out the timing for when to take out the leaf here. Because the reason, I'll actually explain something right now. The reason this trick is so inconsistent with the same angle is because there are 3 factors that determine how much you clip into the ledge. The things that determine it is your angle initially. Then it's also determined based upon when you take out the leaf from your side hop, because that's going to determine how much left to right you are. And it also changes when you press A to cancel your leaf. Okay, so let's test this. Okay. Okay, so this angle could work, but it's not a great one. You don't get a really far in clip, so it's pretty precise. We got to figure out a different angle. Okay, let's test B button angled here instead. And then the same timing. That works. What would you do? Well, I would do anything to tell 2019 Linkus that you can skip Puppet Cannon by unplugging the cord. Dude, that would have been insane. It is both so exciting and also so sad that it took so long to be discovered. There's a new Puppet Cannon skip? Yeah, that's why I'm returning to any percent. Because there's finally a non-RNG method to skip Puppet Cannon. Okay, so this angle is also not that great. Let's try this angle instead. No, this angle doesn't seem that great. Chad, do you know what I think I want to do? I think I want to try and make a setup that actually does a one-frame leaf input. Does that make sense? Instead of having to react to the wall texture here on the left and like take it out when I hit a certain point, I think I want to make a setup that's based upon doing an instant one like this. If that's possible even. But I think that would be the best method. Maybe not instant, because I don't think instant would actually ever work, but like pretty fast. Like I want to make it a very fast timing, so it's not like reactive at the very least. So let's try and line up the B button here, and let's try this. Because that I feel like would be more consistent. Okay, that would not work. Let's try this texture is there. That would not work. Let's try it there. Not work. Okay, maybe you actually you might have to not. You might have to wait a little bit. Okay, so you have to wait a little bit, so you're a bit more to the left. Okay. Why can't you do a bomb clip here? So the reason you don't do a bomb clip here, I'll show you right now. So if you drop a bomb right here and you backflip and grab in between, if you go right, do you see right there? So this ledge is a bad bomb clip ledge. So certain ledges are really easy to bomb clip with and certain ledges are bad to do it with. So the problem with the bomb clip here is that, first of all, you're right, you can't do a bomb clip. You have to do a roll clip. So you'd have to do a partial bomb clip roll clip. Does that make sense? So you basically get partially into the wall with the bomb, and then you do the frame perfect roll clip. Not a huge problem. We do that in other parts of all dungeons. But like I said, this ledge is not a great ledge to bomb clip from due to how it's angled. So what will happen a lot of the time is that when you go to the right, if you wait long, you just kind of don't clip out of bounds. Do you see what I mean there? So because the wall is angled that way, which is why we can even attempt a grab clip to begin with, it results in situations quite frequently where you don't clip through at all. And if you do it instantly, then you just clip through and you can't do the roll clip. So it's not a consistent place to bomb clip. So you actually have less consistency bomb clipping than doing a setup here. Believe it or not. I'm gonna try something that I never like to do, but I'm just gonna try it because why not? I'm gonna try and be really late. This angle can work, but it's not a great one. What if I'm more to the right? Okay. Ooh, wait, that's 3 clips in a row. 4 clips in a row? Okay, that I missed the roll clip timing there, but the angle actually would have worked there. That's what matters. Oh, another one? Holy shit, wait, what? That's the first one that didn't get it. Okay, so what the angle I used the B button lined up on the right wall there, and then I want to take out the leaf after the wall texture right there, hold up, and then I want to press A little bit before reaching it, and then I hold this angle, and you get the frame perfect thing, of course. Okay, so let's see if I can set this up like if this was a run. Is it super precise? Let's see. Okay, so right there, I kind of rushed it and didn't get it as well, and it did not work. So I guess you want to do this a little bit precisely like that. Time it there. Go there. What? Dude, I just had it down. Are you kidding me? I guess the angle is pretty precise. Okay, well, we got it there. I want to test something. Hold on. What if after I kill this guy, what angle do I have if I double target this? I want to try something. Hold on. It could work, but it's too slow. It's not worth doing a full setup like that. What is the angle I get if I do that? Hold on. I kill the enemy, and then I double target this. No, the angle's not enough. All right, I have to do this manually then. Okay, so what if I aim for the middle, but I still time it late like this? I mean, timing it late seems like it makes it more consistent at the very least. So I should just start doing that, I think. All right, well, I think that's good enough for runs. Let's just make sure it's kind of late like that. And we're good, it looks like. All right, so aim in the middle and then just time it later than I've been doing it. All right. I need to connect my tingle tuner to make sure I have this down, and then oh yeah, okay, yeah, there's two more things I want to test, and then we're ready for run. So we're almost ready. Let me go to Windfall and connect my tingle tuner. How do you not want to... I haven't actually played Wind Waker for that much. I actually looked into it because Maisie and I were talking about it offline yesterday. So I am a little bit... these numbers are quite an underestimate because the tracking only started since 2016 and I ran a lot of Wind Waker in 2015. So a lot of hours are missing from 2015. But from November 2016, so that misses basically my initial major grind of Wind Waker HD and my first major grind of Wind Waker GameCube, which is definitely in between a few hundred to maybe 1,000 hours. But in terms of tracked hours that I have streamed Wind Waker since November 2016 until today, I have streamed Wind Waker HD for 3,186 hours, and I've streamed Wind Waker GameCube for 1,400 hours. Putting our combined streaming time since November 2016 at 4,500 hours. But like I said, there's hundreds of hours that is missing from that because the tracking only starts since November. So yeah, we have streamed this game for definitely guaranteed without overestimating it. We have streamed this game alone for over 5,000 hours. So to answer your question of like, how have you not gotten tired of this? The answer is I haven't played for that much. So maybe when I hit like a little bit more, like, you know, like 10,000, I might start to get bored of it. But right now, it's chill. Yeah, I've definitely had more hours than that because that's the hours I just mentioned are only the trackable third-party hours I have streamed under the category. So it's definitely more because I played more. I've played offline in the past. I used to play a lot offline, actually, believe it or not. So I played a lot offline, and then also there's a lot of hours that skipped. If I had to guess how many hours it would be if I included things like my offline hours and the 2014, 15, and 16 that was not included in the whole tracking, because that's when I used to stream some of the most. I'm probably still not that crazy. I would be shocked if it's more than 6,000. I think it's around 6,000. It wouldn't be much more than that, so it's really not that much, all things considered. Can I tell you an honest thing? I truly believe this when I say this. People who made up that 10,000 hour number is literally... I think 10,000 hours for being master at something is a total bullshit number that people just threw out. I feel like there's no evidence of the 10K. And also, I think that... I truly believe it when I say that. I think that people overestimate how many hours they genuinely are doing something, because there's a difference between sitting down and dedicating time to do something versus actually doing it. Like, I'll give you an example, right? Let's pretend for a second that you want to become a master at playing guitar. I'm sure there's tons of people out there who play guitar who's like, oh yeah, I've easily put in over 10,000 hours, right? Okay, let's think about this. So even if you play guitar, let's say you have a normal job, right? Which most people would have, right? And let's say you sit down to play 3 hours of guitar a day, which is still quite a lot to dedicate when you have a job, which is what more people have, right? If you're dedicating something to a hobby to become a master, like for example guitar, let's say you're dedicating 3 hours. I don't believe you're going to spend all 3 hours genuinely playing the guitar and improving. But let's pretend every minute of those 3 hours, right, is you 100% focused, which is unrealistic. But even if you were to do that, right, even if you were to say, yeah, I'm going to dedicate 3 hours every day, I'm not going to miss a single day, and I'm always going to do it every single day, right? That would still take you over 9 years. It would still take you over 9 freaking years to do that. And I do not believe there's almost any humans out there who'd be able to sit down for 3 hours every day, efficiently actually doing it, instead of like, let me look at my phone quickly and, like browse some of the time away and not miss a single day for anything, like Christmas or weekends or anything like that. Linkus, I don't think you understand how much people do stuff. I work and still manage to play video games for 30 hours a week. I don't think you understand how hard it is to put hours into one thing, and actually while doing it. Like, I'll tell you something right now. If you go to Steam, I'm pretty sure I have around 1,000 hours in CSGO. If I had to guess how many hours I actually play, if you actually looked at how many games I played, I promise you of those 1,000 hours, I guarantee you not probably 3 or 4, like it would not even be more than half would be actual time spent playing the game, because so much of it is menuing, lobby, inventory, skins, having the game open while I'm doing other stuff. So that's sort of a tracking thing when you're thinking of it, makes it really overscaled. Because when you sit down, like if I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go stream, right, and I stream Wind Waker for 8 hours, I'm not actually playing Wind Waker for 8 hours. Hey, I've been streaming for 30 minutes right now, and okay, I'm playing, but I'm like, even in terms of pure playing so far, these 30 minutes, if I'm actually truly thinking of how much I've played, I probably actually dedicated, fully paid attention for 10 minutes of those 30. I'm saying when people think 10,000 hours is not a lot, I think that only applies to a full-time job. It only can apply to a full-time job. Anything that is a hobby that is 10,000 hours is way more than you think. And if you still think, but Linkus, let's be honest, it's easier said than done. I want to pull you to a quick study before I do this. Researchers have found that in a normal 8-hour day, only 2 hours and 53 minutes is actual efficient work. And if you ever worked in an office, you will know that it is true that a lot of time is spent not being 100% go mode focused. So time after time again, over and over again, usually the numbers that they come up with is in between 2 to 4 hours of actual time that people spent efficiently working in an 8-hour workday in an office. So even in an office setting, if you spend 8 hours doing it, you're actually only focusedly doing it efficiently for 3 hours. So if you're trying to get a 10,000 number up, even like, it's once again a problem of accounting for the hours, because it's very rare that you will actually it's very rare you will ever spend 10,000 hours truly doing it. Anyways, let me try this quickly here. Different, it's not a passion, it's a necessity. I'm sorry. If you're doing something for 10,000 hours... Hold on. Damn it. If you're doing something for 10,000 hours, trust me, it is going to feel more like a job than it is going to be a hobby. So that argument of it's different because it's a passion, not a necessity, still applies, because you will not... Like, okay, I love this video game. And I love streaming this game. I love speedrunning this game. If you think that this is still the same passion it was when I started in 2014, you are wrong. And I'm not saying that because I hate what I'm doing. I love what I'm doing. I'm just saying that this is a job that I really enjoy instead of this is a really fun hobby. There is no time I will ever boot up this game and feel like, I'm just gonna have fun. I look at this as, this is a fun work day. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that also. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, this is how it is.
Good luck on the runs today.
Thank you, Cautions, for the 80 months. 80, good luck on the runs today, my guy. Hope you and Maisie are in well and health. We are. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. New trick. Yeah, this is all related to the puppet cannon skip. Okay, this feels pretty good. There was one more thing I wanted to test. Chad, there was new out of bounds. Yeah, there's a whole new route. If you didn't watch my last stream, there's a whole new route that you have never seen before. Anyways, Chad, anyone who was here last stream, do you guys remember that terrible Forsaken Fortress 2 super swim? You guys remember how it's like one of the worst things ever? So it's not gone now. However, I was in the Discord and EJ brought up something that he had seen someone else say. And when I heard it, I went, oh my God, I never thought of that. That's genius. Check this out, Chad. I got a suggestion and it might just help the swim a lot. What the suggestion was, it was, hey, wait a second. Can't you look at the Tingle Tuner to have a map to help angle you for yourself for the super swim? And I had never thought of that. So my whole issue is that, hey, we don't have a map, so if you get slightly lost, the run is instantly dead. But someone just said, wait, can't you just use the Tingle Tuner? I mean, it's not a good map, it's really zoomed in, but it does point towards a direction. So, believe it or not, the Tingle Tuner actually can help the consistency of the swim because it will point us in the direction we're going. So it's one form of being able to go where we want to go. Now, there's one unfortunate thing about this. Do you guys remember how I said that I have an original GBA so that the buttons are not as stiff, because I want to be able to press them with my nose. What it does mean, unfortunately, is that I can't see shit on the screen because it is so dark, because it is not backlit. So I'm gonna have to really squint to see the screen. In case people don't know, one of the main selling points of the SP was not actually that it was smaller. It was the fact that it was it was backlit. The original GBA does not have a backlit screen. Am I blind? Should the chest not be here? I'm so confused. Am I on the wrong side? Oh, it's over there. The SP is a huge upgrade for casuals for sure. Yeah, I could technically mod my Game Boy so that it has a backlit third-party screen. There is great ones online for that. And then I would also have a... I would still be able to have the original buttons from a Game Boy Advanced. So I would have both of Best World, best of both worlds. Oh my goodness. But I am not in that situation right now. Anyways. I'm going to move the mic and let's see if this method actually helps the consistency. I read it and I was like, oh my god, if that actually does help, that would be incredible. Oh yeah, that's really nice. Okay, you can't see everything because it's so fast, but you can see your angle, so you can save it if you go in the wrong direction. So right now I know I'm going in an left angle. Oh yeah, that really does help, like legitimately. That's fantastic. Nice. All right, go Tingle, dude. Tingle just made the super swim way better. Okay, in that case, I think I'm ready to start runs. All right.
Holy crap, only one more year till the final sub badge. You will be adding more sub badges, right? Also, Link has straight look when.
It is true. I gotta add more sub badges. Hi, Sloth. But yeah, thank you, Awesomers, for the 41-month Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Gotta love that stick. And thank you, Sean, as well, for the 5 months. I can smell you'll get a PB. I hope so. I had a really big time loss on my PB run on Light Arrow Skip. It's literally 2 minutes, so hopefully we can have a really nice time save on our run there. My favorite glitch in this game is zombie hovering. Anyways, okay, well, let's switch over to the actual copy of the game instead of the practice ROM, and let's try and get a manual super sim going, shall we? I think I'll just do one quick thing to balance my splits a tiny bit. I messed up somehow. Wait, what? No, don't save splits. No, don't save. Open up Wind Waker. Doesn't make any sense. Wait, what? Oh, I'm doing it backwards. Oh, I'm doing it backwards. I'm doing it backwards. There we go. Okay, I removed 30 seconds of the 2-minute time loss on light arrow skip and moved it to the manual super swim, so it's slightly balanced at the very least. Okay, and there we go. And then we do splits. We remove this one, and then we do that. Okay, there we go. Okay. And now let's restart. All right. We're doing runs. I'm here for practice. Sorry, Chad. I'll get back to it. Thank you, Blue Dog, for the 5 months. Why the decision to come back to any percent? Stoked to see the runs today. I came back to any percent because of the fact that there is a new route and there is a way to consistently skip pup again without RNG. Which interested me because the main reason I've never ran any percent since 2020. I stopped running this category in March of 2020, and I've not done a single runs until 4 days ago in those 4 years, and that was simply just because of the fact that you lost so much time if you didn't do pup again and skip, and pup again and skip sucked at any percent. But now when there's a consistent way to do it, so there's no RNG whatsoever in the end of the game, it felt really nice. The literal only RNG you have in the run is how the choose line up for Decatur cutscene skip. That's it. Which, okay, it's some RNG, but it's almost done. So the category is almost RNG free right now. He needs to have his name in a summoning salt video. I can promise you 2 things. 1, he's not going to make a video on Wind Waker, I don't think. 2, even if he did, I do not feel the need to be more mentioned in the video. I am very happy with what I have already contributed to Wind Waker over my time. I'm very happy about everything I've done so far. I don't need to do anything more, I think. I mean, I've been running this game now for... Holy shit, I just realized we're in October of 2024. Next month, I'm hitting 10-year anniversary of Wind Waker. Or wait, is it... Or actually, did we already hit it? Hold on, let me double check. Let me double check our anniversary. Hold on. When is our anniversary? Actually, I can check. So I know it was late 2014 where I did my first actual completed run, not just segment runs. But let me look when I switched to doing segmented runs of this game. Okay, so I started doing segment stuff in the summer of 2014. Let me see if I can find when I actually started doing full game speedruns. I know it was in 2014 because I did a Wind Waker run at... Hold on.
Once upon a time, I struggled with mashing. I asked you for advice. You paused your entire training to show me.
It was, yeah. Hold on. Okay, I did a run in November of 2014. So I learned this game in either late October or early November of 2014 is when I started doing full game speedruns. Sadly, this is before speedrun.com existed, so I can't just look at my oldest submitted runs. But yeah, it would be at that time. Yeah. I am about to hit 10 years of actually running the game. Okay, let's see here. So in March of 2015, I had a 4:20:26 Wind Waker time. Nice. I can find that. I uploaded a video privately on my account in December 2014 of a faster Tower of the Gods route. I uploaded a video privately on November 17th, 2014 of an easier super sim to Diamond Step, which would have been used for this route. And then, yeah, I was experimenting during the summer of 2014 with segmented runs, because I have a video from May of documenting skipping Iron Boots in Wind Waker. Yeah, anyways, yeah, so exactly about 10 years ago now, I started running this game. So yeah, so it would have been October, around October when I started doing full game speedruns. So yeah, I've been doing runs of this game now, officially runs, not just segment runs, but I've done full game speedruns of this game for 10 years now. Which is quite a long time. Anyways, I have done plenty that. I'm telling you this, I do not care about more quote-unquote mentions in a possible world record history video. I've held my fair share of records, and I have done my fair share of discoveries. I am very pleased with what I have contributed so far. Do you want to know something weird that actually makes me... This is going to sound crazy, but I'm actually more proud about this than my runs. I think if there were to be a world record history video about Wind Waker, I would be more proud about the fact that... I was the first person to do unbuffered manual super swim and the first person to do a fully unbuffered manual super swim. I think I'm more proud about that than I am like of just like a random world record I've had. Hi, dude. I just went down a rabbit hole watching you on YouTube, and I'm a huge fan. I'll finally get to view you live. I skipped when you were live with Echoes. Haven't played or beaten it yet. Yeah, that's awesome. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're doing good. Super excited to see some live runs. Hi, Maisie. New sub goal pausers? Yes. I need a slightly bigger ESS, sadly, I think. Yeah, if we, the next sub goal is going to be a Breath of the Wild 100% speedrun return at 2.2k. I'd like to get sub 20 hours. And I just think we had a lot of fun when we were doing that back in like 2020, 2021. I think it would be a fun thing to do. Not sure how good it is, but let's see if I can get a run with that. I don't think so, but we'll see. Thank you, Slinkly, for the Prime Gaming 36 months. This time I won't have to give you coffee in secret. That is true.
There are only two reasons to have uneven biceps, because you grind something important. You have the good kind. I hope it gets recognized.
There's only two reasons to have an uneven bicep, because you're grinding something important. You have the good kind. Hope it gets recognized. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let's start this in 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I'd like to agree. I do have the good kind. Thank you, Croy, for the Prime Gaming 4 months. I appreciate it. And thank you, though, once again, Slinkly, for the 36 months and Breath of the Wild Hundo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, 88 Neeks, for the Prime Gaming 3 months, saying, hi, Link, is once upon a time I struggled with mashing. I asked you for advice. You paused your entire training to show me. I find that so cool and nice. I decided to give you every Prime sub I get. Love upon you, and thank you again. Of course. I hope it actually helped. It's one of those things that are really weird and hard, but once it clicks, it just works. Thank you, Oyram, for the Prime Gaming 2 months, by the way. And thank you, Group, for the 27 months as well. Thank you. All right, because it just started of the day, I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull off a full unbuffered immediately, but hopefully we can at least get a good partial unbuffered. It's always harder right when I start off. I need to do a couple of runs usually before I'm like in the zone. In the zone. You can? All right, Maisie, just for you, I'm gonna try and do this as hard as I can. Slightly off on the speed. See if that's enough. Might just barely be enough to save it. Nope. Almost worked though. Almost had it first try. That's pretty good. It's better than attempt than I thought. I was really close. Yeah, my PB had a fully unbuffered. I usually go for just fully unbuffered nowadays. I don't really like the buffer. I think it's kind of meh. I like to just do full buffered, but well, can't always get first try a lot. It's better than I thought for a first attempt, though. What's your opinions on Echoes of Wisdom as a casual game? I'm flying to Greece soon and need something to kill the time. I think that Echoes of Wisdom casually is one of the best 2D Zeldas. So I don't think that it bridges the gap enough if you only like 3D Zeldas and don't like 2D Zeldas at all, where it would be worth buying. But if you enjoyed games such as A Link Between Worlds, A Link to the Past, or Minish Cap, I would say that then you will enjoy this game. Because I think it's up there with those. Or Link's Awakening Switch, obviously. Because it's similar-ish enough for that. Yeah, I lost 4th place in the world. I think like EJ got a PB like a few hours ago or something like that. So we got to take it back. But we should hopefully be able to do that today. I hope. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Last night. Last night, EJ got a 53.37. So we got a PB by 1 minute today to get back our spot on the leaderboard. So let's do a 52. I'm gonna watch this in the background now while I work on something for my boyfriend. You got this, Linkus. Best of luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nintendo should give me like a affiliate link, because I feel like I've sold a lot of Nintendo games to my chat. Anytime they release a new game, I feel like I sell them a lot of games. Okay. All right, I'll take it. All right. Thank you, Chew Jelly, for the 10-month resub. I appreciate it. You know, it's one thing that I really do appreciate and I'm really happy about, to be honest with you, that I thought about when I was talking about Wind Waker with my dad the other day. I thought back to a couple of years ago, and I remember how I really felt like Manual Super Swim absolutely destroyed Wind Waker, and I still stand by that. It kind of ruins it for a lot of people when it comes to picking the game up for the first time, because it's kind of hard to say, hey, do this boring slow route or learn the most difficult trick of all time. But in terms of running it, like for myself, even though it never changed on HD, I will say I'm so grateful and happy, and I thought back about this, that it's actually came all around where now I actually don't mind doing Manual Super Swim anymore. And I think because now I don't mind the trick much, because I can do it consistently. And it makes the speedrun route so much better. I genuinely have like so much more fun with the game thanks to the trick existing, which is kind of cool. I never thought I would come around where, I mean, okay, not that I like doing MSS, but I don't dislike it anymore. I don't hate it, I should say. I don't hate it. And I never thought the day would come where I would look at Manual Super Swim and not just feel hatred. That is really cool. Fortunate. Slow. Dude, get up on the barrel! Woo! Get up. What is this picture you sent me, Maisie? A raccoon? He's ready for Halloween. He's got a pumpkin and everything. I don't know why, but recently I've really started to just fall in love with raccoons. So me and Maisie will share tons of pictures of cute raccoons. I really wish they would make better pets. I know that you can have them as pets, but I've heard it's a lot of work, so probably not ever gonna get one, but they're awesome. Linkus, Maisie wants us to tell Maisie wants you to tell us what the Halloween costume for this year is going to be. No, I'm going to do it as a surprise for Halloween itself. Oh no, please tell me that rat's gonna go away. Oh, thank God. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Dude, I had to rush this setup because of the rat. And I messed up the setup. Oh no, I'm scared. Go, 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 go. And the run's dead. That's so sad. I had this split was gonna be a gold. I had like fully unbuffered manual super swim. I should have just waited. I had a fully unbuffered manual super swim. I had an early cycle. I had a really fast window jump. This was so clean. I got a first try storage. That's so sad. That's so dumb. That's okay. At least I get to enjoy MSS again now. Thank you, Temperator, for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, Chad, no spoilers, but I'm going to tell you something right now. Me and Maisie have started our playthrough offline on Silent Hill 2. Never played it before. I'm going to tell you my first genuine reaction to it, since I recently got into the horror game genre from Resident Evil. So far, the game is not great. I hope it comes around. I'm only about an hour in. I really hope it comes around, because the first hour... I'm gonna hold off until my final review until I get it over an hour in, but I will tell you this: it's definitely scarier than Resident Evil. I genuinely feel scarier when playing it, but only an hour in. I'll tell you right now, I find it to be really weird, and the structure of it. Okay, so hear me out, okay? Like, let me cook, okay? So, only an hour in, I'll tell you right now what my first thoughts and impressions are. The game starts with... I'll tell you out of my perspective as someone who's never played Silent Hill before, okay? And like I said, don't take me as me hating the game. I haven't beaten the game yet, so like maybe I'll change my mind, okay? But here is a opinion of someone who's never played the game before. And yes, I understand it's a remake, but it's still a 2024 video game. So. Here's my initial thoughts, and here's my initial thoughts on playing Silent Hill. Start up the game, and the only story I get is, hey, I have a wife who I thought died 3 years ago, but now she sent me a letter that she's in Silent Hill. I have to go. Okay, cool. You go there. Also, in case you're scared of spoilers, this is literally only the first hour of the game. Literally. So I'm not going to spoil anything later. Okay, so, okay. Hey, my wife died 3 years ago, but now she sent me a letter that she's in Silent Hill. We have to go. We walk up to this weird graveyard, and the girl is like, oh, I don't recommend it to go to Silent Hill. It's bad there. And he goes, I'm going to do it anyways. And then you proceed to walk on a trail for like straight up like 5 minutes. Everything has an invisible wall. You can't go on top of anything. There is 0 things to loot. You can't even open up or interact with anything. There's a bunch of stuff around you that looks like you can go there and explore, but there's nothing to do. You keep walking and walking for like 5 minutes, and you finally like go into place. You jump through a window, you pick up a key, and then you unlock the gate. You walk for another like 3 minutes, and then you're in Silent Hill. Now the fog is like crazy. You can't see anything, and you're like, okay. So then you see a scary thing, you walk through like the fog, follow this thing around, and then like kind of looks like zombie-like woman spawns in. You grab a bat and you take care of business. Okay, so you do that. Then after that, it now looks like you will be able to explore this whole town. And I'm telling you, I try to walk up to every house, but you can tell that this is a game that is very kept true to the original remake and not expanded upon. What I mean by that is I walk up to a house, it doesn't exist. It's just like it's visually outside a house, but you can't go in it. Walk up to another place, can't walk in it. Walk up to another place, can't walk in it. You see on the map that there's a couple of main things with names in it, and most of the buildings around, literally you can't go in at all. Okay, so I walk up to the first place, and it's like this jukebox machine, okay? And my objective is, hey, a guy that was drunk broke this jukebox machine, so please go and repair this jukebox machine. And I'm like, okay. So then you head over and you get a part. You get like you grab a half a disc. You go to you go to like a disc store. You grab the second part and you grab some glue. Then you have to go to the guy's apartment to be able to get a key. Then you have to go to a what store was it again? It was oh yeah, like a Texas barbecue old rundown store. And on the meanwhile, there are I think a total of 3 places you can enter, not through the door but through breaking the glass. Each thing had nothing in it. You break the glass, you jump into a thing, it has 2 enemies, and the only thing you can get is basically read something. You don't get any equipment. Sometimes you will get like a heal, but there's like nothing to explore. It's just like a poster you can interact with. It doesn't do anything. It just like says something. And like, for example, one of them was a laundromat. I jumped in, it had a poster I could look at. It had a pile of dirty laundry that I could look at, but I couldn't interact with. And that's it. That's the only thing in the whole place. So I broke into a place through a window, killed 2 enemies, and this is completely empty space that has nothing you can do gameplay-wise. Finally get the parts, and then I have spent an hour doing this fetch quest. I finally put in the machine for the jukebox, and I randomly get a memory with my wife that she liked to be by a lake, which, by the way, how does he not know that that's their special place? And then like, you know, the wind gets crazy and I'm supposed to like head over to that place, which I did. I went into like this massive like hotel like place now, and then I saved and I haven't kept playing. So I only made it to the hotel. If you've played Silent Hill 2, you will know where I saved. I saved right as you walk into the hotel. Anyways, so what I was gonna say was this. I will keep my final opinion when I beat in the game, but I'm telling you as someone who's just played the first 1 hour of the game without knowing nothing of the game, okay? Without knowing anything about Silent Hill and having only played 1 hour, I'll tell you right now that so far, I feel like my issue with the game is that it hasn't given me a story reason to care. Does that make sense? I understand if you already know the lore, you might feel differently, but I'm saying I haven't been giving a story reason to care about what I'm doing. The game has not yet given me, and I understand that sometimes it takes longer for it to tell me that. I'm just saying I really hope that when I start playing in the hotel, I will get the story really soon, because I do not want to play for much longer without having a reason to play. Because I think that's a valid thing to point out. Like, having a walking simulator, almost nothing is interacted with. It basically feels like they just upgraded the graphics of the PS2 version. They didn't add a bunch of new areas. Doesn't feel like it, at least. I can't do a bunch of stuff. I'm doing a fetch quest. There is all the time constantly things spawning around on the streets that I have to take down and have to dodge. So the combat's not like that interesting. And I have no story reason. I have no story that interests me in why is this happening. Like, they haven't even given me like hints or pieces into it yet of like, hey, you should care about this game. Oh, and that's my problem. My problem, I'm not saying the game won't be good once I've played it. I'm saying so far over the first hour. And I have literally read out loud with Maisie can back me up on this, every single thing, and I thought I was missing things. I even switched in settings to modern game interaction style, which makes it so that the game gives you a prompt, a little dot above, to indicate you can interact with that object, so I don't have to keep going around mashing A, and it still has nothing to interact with. So anyways, I will say the one good thing about the game that I guess, and I'm saying this in like, if this is the game you're out for, I do feel really creeped out walking around. Like, yes, I feel very at unease that it's foggy, the music is creepy, and any 5 steps, the creepy sound starts playing from my PlayStation 5 controller, and things start spawning around me. So I do feel genuinely creeped out 24/7. So that is something. It's not like jump scary. I just feel at unease the entire time. So that, because I know that's the type of game it's supposed to be, it does do that really well. Also, let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oops. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, go. But yeah, so I will say with the Silent Hill 2 remake so far, it does do a really good job at making me feel at unease, and it does that kind of horror aspect really well. But... and, oh, man, I don't want to make people upset. And like I said, I'm only an hour in, so my opinion can very easily change once I'm further in. But I'm just telling you, based upon my gut reaction 1 hour in, disregarding that the games are different, when I played Resident Evil 2 remake, it still felt like an old game that had been remade, and many decisions were made to not have to have too many areas to explore because of the limitation of the hardware. When I played Resident Evil 4 remake, that game feels like a brand new game. Does that make sense? I don't feel like I did with Resident Evil 2, where it's an old game that's been remade. Resident Evil 4 remake felt like a new game, right? It doesn't feel like a game of its time that just has new graphics. So far, my reactions about Silent Hill 2 is that it still very much feels like a game for its time, and a lot of the game's structure was built around the limitation of the hardware. I know the fog is one of them, but I also just mean how many areas you can explore and like how the game is set up, so you kind of have to spend a lot of time in small areas. But I really hope that will change as I get further in. So I hope that there was a lot of genuinely new stuff. Because like I said, so far right now, it very much feels like an old game, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm only an hour in, so I'm really hoping that the game is going to start dropping some sick lore on me soon, and I'm going to start caring more, and... and it's going to get better. But yeah, so TLDR, 1 hour in, initial thoughts of Silent Hill 2. Very slow early game. Hoping it gets better. I'll give you guys an update tomorrow, because I'm probably going to play a little bit more tonight with Maisie, so I'll give you an update on my thoughts after playing it a bit more. Dude, come on. But I haven't beaten the game yet. Anyways, thank you, Long, for this 64-month resub. I appreciate it. I hope you'll enjoy your Nintendo 64. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Northy, for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you, 2C, for the Prime Gaming sub as well. Thank you, Sandford, for the 2 months, saying Linkus 2. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, THT, for the 7 months. Thank you, everybody, so much. Oh my god, I've been 1 frame early. And now 1 frame late. I've been 1 frame early 3 times. Oh my god, can you stop being 1 frame early? Can I stop being 1 frame early? Oh my... 1 frame early! Oh my god. Okay, I just lost like 15 seconds, 10 seconds. That's... What the hell, dude? Well, at least we had a sick manual super swim, so it doesn't really matter, but that is Pepega. Oh, okay. I'm not happy being back to playing with this controller. This controller, my manual super controller, is really bad. So right there when I moved left, it flicked back to the right. That's why I missed the submarine there. But I have to play with it because this this route uses a second unbuffered manual super swim on the bomb segment 20 minutes in. And I don't want to switch controllers 4 times in the run, so I have to play with this controller through FF1 before I can switch. Linkus, how many Pokemon do you think you can name? There's a website / quiz that has all of them, and it just took me and 2 others like 2 hours to do all of them. I'm telling you right now, I could not spell most of the Pokemons. Now, and also, anything that is past Gen 4, I will have 0 clue for. I could probably do a decent job at Gen 1. I think I can do a really good job at Gen 1. Gen 1, I got down. Gen 2, it's starting to get shaky. Gen 3 and 4, I will know definitely a couple here and there. And then after that, it's all over. So, yeah, it would be tough for me to do that. I've never been good with names. Like, never. I am really bad with names. Just with how my memory works, I'm good with certain things and not good with others. And names is one of those things that I cannot do. Cannot do names and dates. You wanna know what's funny, Chad? I actually struggled for about 2 years with Maisie's birthday. Not because I'm a heartless person who just like refused to learn my girlfriend's birthday, but because of how my mind works, it really started to mess with me for one reason. I'll tell you right away what was messing with it. And even though maybe you wouldn't have done this mistake, I feel like you can maybe some people can understand the logic of why I had such a hard time with it. So Maisie's birthday is January 6th. And what would happen is literally, I don't know why, but what would happen would be this. I would have this thought because I have kept hearing about it. I'll be like, okay, Maisie's birthday. Okay, January 6th. No, wait, that's not Maisie's birthday. No, that's what happened in Washington. It must be January 5th then. For some reason, I kept doubting myself because I kept telling myself anytime I thought of it that the reason I'm thinking of January 6th, because I knew it was obvious. At first, I learned that it was the beginning of January. So every time I thought, oh yeah, Maisie's birthday, January 6th, I'd be like, no, that's the day of what that happened there. So it can't be that. So does that make sense? So I kept like having this mind thing where I just kept thinking, no, I must be mixing up the date because I must be thinking of the 6th because of this other thing that happened. So I was like, it must be the 5th then instead. Eventually, though, I just started to like tell myself every time I was saying it, nope, it's the same day. It's the same day. It's the same day. And eventually I learned it. But for a while, I got in my head every time. So every time it would be like, I put in January 6th, and then I was like, wait, nope, that's not right. That's the other thing. Is it the 5th? No. Is it? Oh, God. And then I had to ask Maisie. So I had to keep doing that for like 2 years over and over. Anytime I went to like a checkout page, I had to fill in Maisie's info for her. Every time I'd be like, oh, God. Just kept playing tricks with me. And then, if you have the similar mind to me, you will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Eventually, I got my mind to stop thinking about, oh no, it is not that. So then I got in my head of, okay, January 6th. No, wait, I'm always wrong about this. I'm always wrong. So then it got like even more mind twisted because then I started like questioning because I knew I was always wrong. I can't explain it well in words. It's just like, because I've already doubted myself many times, I would be like, it's January 6th. It's not connected to the thing in Washington. Wait, no, but I'm always wrong. Okay, so it must be the 5th. Chat. Something crazy just happened. Okay, it might be a little bit, it might be like a weird amount of detail, but like I feel like I have to share this because this was, I don't know what to say. So I went to the bathroom to pee, right? And, you know, I started. And I guess there was a spider underneath the toilet seat that freaked out. So the spider jumped. But he jumped into my stream and got drowned. So I was looking down, and then I see the spider freaking out, jumping, getting hit by the stream, and getting dunked into the bowl. I was just looking at it, I was like, what just happened? What just happened, dude? What the hell? Oh my god. He really took the piss for it. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I feel like that might have been a once in a lifetime thing. That I don't know what to say. Jesus Christ. This is not New Game Plus. I just don't have the green tunic because I do manual super sim to leave outsets, so I never pick up the tunic. But yeah, if you don't do like major glitches, then yeah, it would be. New Game Plus is theoretically allowed actually in runs that can take advantage of the benefits. At least that used to be the rule. I'm sure people would be fine with it still. However, the thing about that is that for most categories, even if you can't take advantage of it, it would still lose time because it translates the Hylian text, and Hylian text is really fast because a whole word can be summarized in one character, while the English language obviously has multiple letters for each word. So you lose time due to text. And then, like I said, it's not allowed for like the longer categories that get Triforce stuff because it changes the Triforce locations. And it also obviously can technically let you stock for the picked up box, which would be an unfair time save. Got it. Okay. Yeah, the next time you go to the bathroom, chat, you're welcome. I promise you, you're not going to be able to let go of the image that I just told you. The link is called Japanese, the Hylian language? No. There are multiple... There are... Hold on, chat. There is multiple cutscenes in this game that has the Hylian language, not Japanese. So, for example, certain times when you talk to the Great Dika Tree, or when King of Red Lions talks to King Jabu Jabu or stuff like that, they speak Old Hylian, and you do not know what they say. However, when you play in Game Plus, it actually translates it into the language you are playing, so you're actually able to understand what they were talking about. And some of it is part to be like an Easter egg, and some of it is because some of the facts would spoil the game if you did know. So yeah, so there's multiple cutscenes in this game that has text you literally cannot understand and read in your first playthrough, but it is translated and understood if you play on a Game Plus file. Come on, dude. Linkus, what are your thoughts if Nintendo shadow dropped this game in their next presentation like they did with Pikmin 1 and 2 HD plus Prime Remastered? I wouldn't actually be that surprised if they just kind of dropped it in the Nintendo Direct like they did, because here's my thought process behind Nintendo and releasing a sort of port of Wind Waker HD if they were to do it. I don't know anymore if they will. I think it is more likely that we will see a GameCube Nintendo Switch Online at this point, either for the Switch or the Switch 2, than it is to get those ports. But if they were to do it, here's what, based upon Nintendo's track record, I think they would do. They would only, in my opinion, make it a physical release and a bigger thing out of it if it was for an anniversary and it was like a collection, kind of like Super Mario 3D All-Stars were, or similar to the GameCube, where you got many of the Zelda games on one cartridge/game. However, if it was just a port of Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD to the Switch, so it's just those games, I don't see them making that a physical release. So then I would assume that they would kind of just like mention it in Nintendo Direct and just be like, and it's available now on the Nintendo eShop. That's my thought process and theory behind what they would do. I could be wrong. I just think it's more likely that that would be the case. Maybe they would do like a limited run like they did with Metroid Prime after the fact too, because Metroid Prime did eventually get a physical release too. But I'm just saying, I think it's more likely for that to happen. I don't see them making a physical big thing about it ahead of time. With a big announcement and big hype. Unless it's for, like, the anniversary. They might make it physical, too. I'm just saying, like, in that case, I think it would still be more similar to Metroid Prime. Yeah. The Nintendo Switch is almost the ultimate Zelda machine. It almost has replaced the Wii. I always said that the Wii is the ultimate retro machine. The Nintendo Switch is so close to obtaining that. If it gets a perfect GameCube emulator / virtual console, it would literally be the Giga Chad machine. Not for speedrunning every generation, but for a casual at the very least. Because since they updated the Nintendo 64 emulator, it became very playable. It's still not great for speedrunning, but for a casual, it's actually pretty good now. So, yeah, I do think that for a casual, the Switch kind of just gives you everything you need if you want to play the old games now. But yeah, if they were to release a GameCube online, I do think that it would actually make the speedrun better for GameCube games, because GameCube games are... They're not terrible about this, but they're not that fast in terms of load times, because the disk drive is still somewhat limiting. So I still think that it would make the speedruns faster. GameCube games have almost no lag, so it wouldn't save much time on lag, but loading times would definitely be faster, I think. I mean, just looking at, like, even just how much faster, even playing... A fun fact. You are not allowed to play on main leaderboard speedruns on the Nintendo Wii with an SD card or USB reader, because even just playing a GameCube game off of an SD card on the same hardware, so the Wii itself, makes you save enormous amounts of time. Because even the Wii can play GameCube games way better, and even GameCube for that matter, both GameCube and Wii. The limitation is literally the disk drive. So by just eliminating that, you instantly save a bunch of time. So I really do think that if they ever release a future kind of virtual console for GameCube, it's going to be way faster than playing on a physical disc. Yeah, GameCube games look beautiful upscaled, because GameCube games mostly go for a cartoonish graphic style, which ages really well, in my opinion. Even Sunshine does in most of the big games. PTYD, etc., etc. So, I really do think that it would look beautiful just having upscaled. I don't even care if it doesn't have, like, shaders remade. Just an upscaled, native, fast-loading, no-lag GameCube way to play legitimately would be awesome. Speedrunning and casual. I think even Twilight Princess aged really well graphically. Okay, I do not hold that opinion, but I will say it has aged better than other realistic games since 2006. I don't think it's aged as well as I'm talking about with cell shading, but I mean, yeah, compared to some other games from that era, like on the PS2, because the console often went for realism, I would agree with you that comparing it to that, yes, it definitely aged well. Oh, come on, dude. Slow. Come on. Not the fastest choose, but hopefully this will work at least. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's hope that worked. Nice, got it. All right. Yeah, the Nintendo 64 is incredibly difficult to emulate. Even to this day, with all the advantages we have, it doesn't have perfect emulation for every game. Yo, Spiff, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello, Raiders. Happy marriage. Congratulations on getting married. Yo, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, so much. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Thank you guys so much for the good wishes. That's so kind of y'all. How was your stream today? Okay, I need to focus for 1 second. This is actually a really good run. Just give me 1 second. I need to focus on the storage here, quickly. Hold on. I need to get a frame perfect trick here, and I have one try to do where I have to re-talk to King of Red Lions because I need a Xbox while doing this glitch. Come on. Come on, please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I hate beetle storage. Beetle storage is the worst storage. This is the only one that's not 100% consistent timing because the barrel moves up and down. So you can have an average timing on it, but you can't have a always same timing on it. I'm losing way more time though than I should. Are you kidding me? The barrel moved down. Beetle. I keep thinking it looks like it's going up. Yeah, you basically have to roughly see how the barrel is moving and kind of get a rough average timing. Okay, I'm losing some time there. That sucks. Anyways. But yeah, welcome everybody. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen, Wind Waker is a very broken game. There's a couple of brand new glitches that were recently found that makes this game very broken. And also, almost all RNG from the run is now gone. The only elements of luck at all in the whole run is literally Forest Haven, where I was just at. That's the only luck elements on the run, basically. So it's a lot more fun than it used to be. It's a really good time. So I'm trying to get a really good time now with the new route and the new tricks. I will have time to read chat a lot after this one super swim, as long as I don't ruin the run. And then all the new glitches are coming up too. So yeah, just give me like another 30 seconds of focus, and then I'll be ready to read chat. And if you haven't seen what's about to come up at Forsaken Fortress, then all I'm going to say is enjoy, because this game is very broken. Okay, good. Didn't void out. Nice. Okay, Ron is alive. I can still PB this. All right. Yeah, if you don't have any context into glitches in Wind Waker, then I'm just gonna say enjoy the next 20 seconds. Actually, that's all I'm gonna say. And I'm not gonna explain it. I'm just gonna just let you watch the next 20 seconds. All right, except for the storage at Beetle, this was actually really good. Okay. Weird. All right. All right, anyways. Hi everybody. Sorry for the slight donut wall. That's one of the hardest segments in the run, so had to focus. But anyways, hi everyone. What are you guys up to today? You guys are playing Until Dawn? That's awesome. I actually just played through Until Dawn Remake with Maisie literally 3 days ago because we were at internet. Construction people like literally just dug through our fiber cable, so we were without it. He kept everyone alive. That's so, dude. I kept everyone alive except for one person. And it was because I missed one QuickTime event, a single one in like chapter 3, because I wasn't used to the PS4 controller, because I always play with either, you know, PC or Xbox. So because I missed one QuickTime event, if you miss a single one or take the safe path, then Jessica dies. So I got through the whole game, and everyone lived but Jessica from the third one, and you can't like reload. So yeah. It was rough. I was very sad. Sadly, though, I don't really want to replay it just to save that one. If I missed more people, I think it might have been worth a replay. But because I got everyone alive except for Jessica, it changed, like, it would only change 1% of the game. So I don't think it's worth it. Oh, he killed Jess in chapter 8. Oh, wait, 8? Don't you mean chapter 10 when you're running through the do you players or more, or is it just, or you mean chapter 10 when you're running through with the guy in the mines being chased by the thingy? Because I know that's in chapter 10. Anyways. I know that that's when you would play with her only because of the fact that I had one of those totems that showed me that that's what would happen. I can't believe you fell for the F4. Alt F4, dude. Almost cheating. You promised me though, chat, right? You're never gonna let this go, right? We can all agree that he's a dirty cheater. Alright, I did lose 1 minute to enter Helmrock due to the insanely slow storage. However, I have over 2 minutes of time save in endgame, so we can still get a good pace going here. And we can theoretically, if we play really well and get all the skips at the end here, we can still theoretically get back 4th place in the world. I got bopped on 4th place by EJ. He got a 53.40, I think. So if I PB by about 1 minute, I will still get 4th place back. And then hopefully after that, we can move on to top 3. If you guys don't know, when it comes to this category, specifically any percent, I've run Wind Waker for a long time, but I actually stopped running this category all the way back in February of 2020. Pre-COVID that I run this category before I dropped it. And the reason I stopped running the category was because Puppet Cannon Skip was implemented, which was not only one of the hardest tricks of all time, but it was also luck-based. So I had no interest in running it whatsoever. Are you kidding? What? Wait, why did that setup not work? Okay, hold on, everybody. What? 1, 2... Okay, that's weird. Anyways, so I stopped running it for 4 years because of a terrible skip called Puppet Cannon Skip being implemented. However, after 4 years, a new method has been found that is not luck-based. So that made me want to return to the category. So I went from being being first and second place in the world down to 7th, and now we have done 1 completed run since coming back, and it brought us from 7th place in the world to 4th. And now we are, well, trying to get back to world record. But yeah, there's a few things that we're still a little bit rusty on. Like, that mistake should not have happened, but But yeah. Thankfully, the one nice thing about coming back to a run when you haven't ran it for a while, and I actually mean this sincerely, and this is not a copium, I mean this completely honestly, it's kind of nice to be able to take one mistake and continue the run. That's the one problem I have with any percent, and why I know that even though I want to go for record again, I will not be grinding it for an extended period of time. I'm probably going to go back to all dungeons, the longer categories, and Echoes of Wisdom. And that's for the simple fact that when you have like a 1 hour game, or 50 minutes in this case, and you like lose 30 seconds and the run's completely dead, it's just so heartbreaking. Do you think you're ever going to go back to HD? I don't want to go back to HD, not because Alberto killed it, quote unquote. I don't want to go back to HD because I think it's a less fun speed run, and manual super swim really hurts my hands on that version. While manual super swim is really nice for my hands on GameCube. For people who don't know, basically I can summarize this. I haven't answered this question in a long time, so I can explain it. So at the start of Wind Waker, there's a trick you have to do called manual super swim. And long story short, without going into how it works, it lets you leave the island early. Right? It lets you just leave the island early with a super swim and skip 20 minutes of early game. So you have to do it. Now, there's only 2 ways to perform the glitch. You can either do it unbuffered, meaning you flick the analog stick at least 17 times per second, or you pause buffer it, which requires over 200 frame perfect inputs. Now, the dead zone is larger on the HD versions. You don't have an option to do it unbuffered, even if you want to. You have to buffer it. Which means that to do the trick quickly, you basically do it like this. To tap, 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 to tap. Does that make sense? And then to tap is basically you do unpause, you do pause and pause, 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 pause and pause. And you wait a tiny bit for the animation to finish. But when doing that trick like that, you really have to tense up your arm. Does that make sense? You're really tensing up your hand for like 2 minutes straight doing that. Because you're like, you know, to do. So it really hurts my hands and wrist. Now, you would imagine that GameCube would be way worse. Because on GameCube, to do it optimally, you want to do it unbuffered. Meaning you have to flick your analog stick at least minimum 17 times per second. Preferably far faster to get it working. Usually when I average around 18 or 19. But it's actually much better for my hands. Because instead of using my hand and my wrist, which is what I have to do to tense up to do that double tap, with unbuffered, I use my bicep to move my entire arm. Does that make sense? And because it's spread out over a large muscle, instead of tensing up your nerves and wrist and hand, it means that it actually gets progressively easier the more you do it, because you're literally just building a muscle up instead of tensing up your nerves. So I really can't run the HD version without getting very bad hand pain, while I can do it on GameCube because I'm able to just focus on moving a muscle. All right, anyways, time to enter focus mode. We have to get there's still a lot of hard tricks here left, but hopefully we can get them. Are you going to get buffed by speedrunning? There's actually a picture of when I did my biggest grind. Someone has the command. If you want to click on it, it's a Twitter picture. That is a non-photoshopped picture of me after I did this trick for a few months straight when I was on like my really big Wind Waker grind. That was the difference between my left or right arm after doing the trick. So it should really be evident if you look at that picture that it's very much muscle focused because you really do build up an arm after doing it for a while. Oh, come on. Stop bonking. Hi, Minnie. Hope we're doing good. Welcome to the stream. I definitely want to come back to all dungeons at some point, for sure. It'll be fun. I just don't want to hop in between categories because it makes muscle memory really terrible in terms of knowing the route by heart and the equips and stuff. Oh my god. One. Yeah, exactly, Minnie. It's going to be so much fun to come back to that, knowing that if I get to the end of the game, I no longer have to rely on luck. It'll be so nice. All right. Bad knockback cancel, but the berry skip itself was really clean.
Don't forget to heal you, Link us love.
All right, so this is my big time save in case you guys missed it. The way that I will be able to bring this run back and get a PB is by getting a really good light arrow skip and pop a cannon split. These are my two splits with the biggest time save. So we have to hope that we can pull these off. Still a gold. I guess it was a perfect skip outside of the knockback. It's funny. All right, here we go. This is where my biggest time save in endgame is. Can we get a good... Why did I pick up a heart? I'm an idiot. Can we get a good skip here? I think I'm a frame late on the roll clip because that looked good enough. I'll take it. Okay. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, focus time. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? Did I miscount? Weird. Frame early. Frame late. Come on, dude. Did we actually get an ad? Uh-oh. Wait. I healed a bit too early. I healed a bit too early, so I have to try and save it. That was Monka. Okay, I definitely want to save a little bit later there. Anyways. Alright, sadly, because of the missed storages, looks like I'm not getting a PB, but at least I'm getting a good time. Ugh. Also, I'm really mad that an ad actually played in the middle of that hover, because that's one of the coolest tricks in the run. That's so stupid. Yeah, so basically, what's changed is that normally you couldn't do a zombie hover in that room before. If you've watched Wind Waker before, you will know we couldn't do that, and we had to use morphs, because you cannot use the tingle tuner in rooms that don't have maps. And that area does not have a map. However, what was discovered was that if you already have the tingle tuner connected and you walk into an area without a map, and there's an error message saying, hey, you can't use the tingle tuner because you're not in, there's no map here, what you do is you grab the Game Boy Advanced GameCube cord, you unplug it from your GameCube, and then plug it back in. By unplugging and plugging it in while it's turned on, it will give you an error, and then when it connects back in, it will return the tingle symbol underneath your feet, but you still can't use it. Then you unplug it and plug it in a second time, and then you will have a glitched HUD menu that lets you use items, but like the whole thing is broken, but you can technically get through a heal. So basically, the thing that was been lost is that has been making this trick not possible before, is that you just have to unplug and replug it twice while turned on. Obviously, it tells you not to do it, but that's what you do. Now, do you want to know the even worse part about this whole story of how this was found? It wasn't found through data mining. It wasn't found through crazy determination and testing. It was found because someone discovered a 10-plus-year-old forum post of someone having discovered this random tingle tuner bug years ago and mentioning it on an offhand comment on a forum post. And a community member found this random one-off forum post and went, oh my god, no way, tried it and it worked. So this trick has been known for theoretically and found for so long, it was just lost in time to a random forum. Did my audio glitch out? Did my capture get weird, champ? He reminds me of you. Damn. Crunchy game audio? God damn it. Well, I guess it's not a PB, so it's not a huge deal. Okay, so hold on. To fix this, I know the solution. You choose the capture card. Scroll all the way down. Change the capture method. Change it back. And I think that should have solved it, right? Does it work? Still crunchy? Damn it. Okay, let me actually do the proper solution. Let me lower the game audio so it's not as terrible. Dude. Terrible RNG. Feels nice though that the RNG that can lose you time there is like, oh no, I lost 8 seconds to extra swings. All things considered, pretty good compared to what we used to have. And time. All right. No PB, but hey. At least we got some new golds and we finished a run. Let's do more runs though. Okay, let me quickly do something before I change this audio thingy. So, quickly let me do this. Let me switch over to this layout here. I want to remove something. Because it's been messing with OBS. I've been meaning to do it for a while. Yep, that's it. Okay. Then we're going to switch back. Let's see if I can fix this audio now. Okay, did that fix it? I really don't want to restart it, so I hope that's enough. Did that fix it? Yes? Cool. Alright. Nice. Alright. Well, let's do another run. Let's go. Can you do pup again and skip again before you do another run? Oh, because you missed it? You know what? I will quickly show you the trick from the VOD. I will not do it again, though, because it takes a lot of stamina, so I can't just do it on command. So I'll show it to you quickly in case you got, like, destroyed by an ad, just so you can see the trick, because it is really, really cool, but I will not do it a second time. Okay, so here is what you missed if you got an ad. I'll show you right now really quickly. So here is what you missed. So I am in the main area. I go down to 3/4 of a heart, and then I do this setup right here. This setup right here is a trick where basically you enter the loading zone and then you void out at the same time as the game is trying to load the next area. That will let you spawn in the next room, but the cutscene does not start. And that's very important because we don't want to actually spawn in Puppet Cannon. He will ruin the setup for the skip and he would just lose a lot of time. Once we do that, I right here unplug and replug my Game Boy Advance so that the shop becomes available. I then side hop 4 times, place a bomb, drop it, and go to 0 HP. Here, I initiate a glitch called a zombie hover. Basically, by having 0 health, the game wants to make sure that I can't do anything when I'm dead. So anytime you do an input, it will immediately disable that input. But what that lets you do is do multiple jump slashes. So if you spam B really fast, you can continue to do jump slashes. And if you do them, you know, And I think for this hover, you want to average around 13 times per second or more. If you're able to do that, then you can gain a lot of height staying at 0 HP. So you continue to hover up this whole tower by just mashing the B button very, very quickly. You can hear here on the audio. Did we actually get an ad? That I am mashing hard. Then, when I get here close to the top, I initiate a Tingle Tuner heal, which is done through that glitch that I did, and that lets me get up to the top. It lets me skip everything, and now I'm at the final boss fight, and I can now enter the final room and beat the boss. Yes, I am wearing the same shirt as I was 10 minutes ago. Anyways, and that's the trick. It's a really cool trick. And it skips the final boss fight and a bunch of RNG elements. Why can't you just die into the Ganon loading zone like Helmrock skip? So... You don't rip your shirt after everyone you've completed? I know, right? The reason we can't do that we can't do the cutscene skip into Helmrock's room is because in all dungeons, we don't do it to specifically just skip the cutscene. We do it to get put back to the main overworld. If we were to skip the cutscene in endgame here, for any percent, we wouldn't be put to the ending area. Because by watching the Helmrock 2 cutscene, it will take us down to Hyrule, and we have to go down to Hyrule. All dungeons does not have to go back to Hyrule because we've already visited it one time and done barrier skip through beating Tower of the Gods. Thank you, by the way, Ruby for the 21 months, and thank you, Yoyan, for the 61 months. And don't forget to heal. We got this. All right, anyways. Let's start some more runs. Oh, yeah, I need to raise the audio again. Thank you for the heads up. There we go. Linkus, can you please add this emote? Didn't we already have this emote added? Yeah, I can add it. Okay. So the timer starts on 3 minutes and 37 seconds because the community lets you skip the initial intro cutscene of the game because it doesn't have any inputs. So we only have to watch the second cutscene that actually has the inputs. So 1, 2, 3, go. So yeah, so we start the timer at 3:37, and by doing so, we straight away spawn in here. And that is allowed for main leaderboard runs. Linkus, you said last stream that you don't like having your webcam at the bottom. Can you explain this layout? Absolutely. The reason why I don't like having the webcam in the bottom but the top is because this is a 4x3 game and that other game is a 16x9 game. It might sound really stupid, but I have a very big preference. I don't care if you do I think bottom or top both works for a 4x3 game because you have to have a side layout. For a 16x9 game, you do not have to have a side layout because by having a side layout, you artificially have to make the game smaller. And I kind of see it's gonna sound weird. I can't explain it quite, but it's like I see the webcam almost as a HUD element when you're playing a 16x9 game, which makes more sense for me to have it in the top. While when it's a 4x3 game, it's almost like it's two separate things. This thing is separate from that thing over there. And I don't really care if it's at the bottom or the top. But yeah, for 16x9, I just prefer having the top because it feels like a HUD element. Hi, Divine. Thank you for the 44 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hope we're doing good. I love that emote. It's so funny. Hyper Coke Shaky. It is pretty accurate though to like what it looks like I'm doing when I'm doing unbuffered. I love pizza. How do you remember the Wind Waker songs without looking at the menu? Done runs for a long time. I will tell you straight up, I do not remember the Ocarina of Time songs by heart. For some reason, I had such a much harder time to learn the Ocarina of Time songs than I did learning the Wind Waker songs, that even when I was speedrunning 100%, and even when I had a pretty decent time on the leaderboard for a period of time there a couple of years ago, I literally had a notepad on the side monitor when I was doing my 100 runs, even when I'd memorized the entire 100% route by heart. I still struggled with the songs, so I had notes on what songs to play and how to play them at the different section of the run. So I stopped using notes to like, oh, what's the route again? And I started using literally song notes. Because I just could not wrap my head around it. Caught. No, when you hold right for the final songs, you actually have up to, what is it, 8 notes? It does go up to 8 notes. Sad. Sad? Whoa. Okay. So if you get a first try storage there, you get an early cycle. Thankfully, the only redeeming factor of not getting first try is that if you get second, third, fourth, or fifth try, you get the exact same cycle. So even though it sucks that you have one try on a frame perfect trick or you get the cycle, if you mess it up 2 to 5 times, it doesn't make a time difference because you just have to stand and wait if you get it second try. So at the very least, if I'm going to be Pepega on one storage, that's the best one to do it at. I don't know why my timing for storages are so off today, though. It's more off than it usually is. I just can't do it today. Weird. Yeah, I need to get into the zone. Some days I just like literally get every storage, and some days I just have an off timing. I hope it's not one of those days. I think if you do anything like, I think people who either play like an instrument pretty, if you ever play an instrument or speedrun, I think you can know what I mean by that. Anything that requires like fine finger motions, some days it just comes naturally to you and you can just do it without thinking about it. And some days you pick it up and you're like, what happened? It's really weird. It's like these minuscule differences with the body that, I don't know, maybe it's related to like the mindset or like how well you slept or something, but yeah, sometimes you just have those small differences. Even if you play like a game somewhat casually, like even like a game like a shooter, I'm sure you know some days your aim is just on point and you hit everything, and some days you cannot hit it for the life of you. It's rare, but I know what you're talking about. Dude, this guy, Dakota, he's such a Giga chat. For him, it's just so rare. He is a 10 out of 10 gamer on like 99% of occasions. What a Giga Chad. He knows what we're talking about, but it's like once a year for him. He's just a true gamer. I love that. No, my guess into why I have a problem with it is the simple fact that my sleep has been all over the place recently. Like, here's been my sleep over the past 4 days, okay? You guys ready for this? Okay, here's been my sleep. I slept for a grand total of like 4 hours for because AT&T woke me up because they had to come and fix my internet. And after 4 hours of sleep, I was like, I'm not going to go back to sleep. So I stayed up the whole day. The next day, and then that night, I was like, okay, I'm going to sleep normally. So I went to sleep, and I slept for 11 hours. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, but at least I caught back up in my sleep. At least now I'm feeling pretty reset. And then last night, I went to sleep, and I went to bed at like 5 in the morning. I had my alarm at 1 p.m., and then I woke up at 10 p.m. wide awake. And I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I awake right now? I've only been asleep for 5 hours. What are you doing? And then I couldn't fall back asleep, so I just got back up. That's why we started stream earlier today. So, yeah, for some reason, recently, I've just been waking up after like between 4 to 6 hours of sleep. I don't know why. I just cannot get a full 8 hours of sleep. It has not been happy with me. Do you ever get tired of streaming full time? I get really tired of doing YouTube. Sometimes I don't get really tired of streaming. My issue with streaming is that I don't always know what I want to stream. I will say the biggest change after having streamed now for 11 years and doing it almost at a full-time level in terms of hours for 9 is that I get more... Okay, I don't mean to sound mean here. I I get way easier aggravated at chat if people are annoying. I don't know how else to put it. If there is an annoying person in chat, I can't stand it. Like if you came in my chat in 2017, 2018, and you were just like that guy, you were annoying, you were asking questions, and it was like just someone that is absolutely annoying, I would be so kind to you, it wouldn't bother me. And I would just be super kind. I would literally have mods even come to me like, dude, why don't you ban this guy? I'm like, well, maybe he's having a bad day, you know, maybe blah, blah, blah. You know, I would just feel that way. Now, if someone comes in and asks me an annoying question, I immediately mentally in my head go, oh my God, I want to ban you so bad. You're like immediately. And then if they ask like 2 more annoying things and they're like just really annoying about it, I'm like, dude, I can't take this. And I just go for like the timeout hammer. So the one thing that's really happened is like, don't get me wrong, like hate doesn't get under my skin. That's been, you know, fine for many, many years. But annoying chatters or toxic chatters, it's the biggest change. I have a much easier time to get annoyed by a toxic chatter. It just immediately gets under my skin nowadays and just goes, nah, I've had enough of you. Go away. What are some annoying questions? Taking notes? Yeah. I don't know if we need to repeat them here. No, one of the questions that definitely just the one question doesn't annoy me by one user, but if I get it too many times in a short period of time, it starts to get annoying. So it's a kind of an unlucky thing if many people in this chat ask the same thing, which is if I play, I'll give you an example. If I play Echoes of Wisdom and I'm playing Wind Waker today, if people come in and genuinely go like, Linkus, if you quit Echoes of Wisdom, I kind of in my head go, that's such a stupid question. I've only been doing Wind Waker for 1 day. Like, come on. Can I play multiple games? And then if I get 5 more questions like that within a short time period, so I get like 5 people coming back to me and being like, Linkus, why did you quit Echoes of Wisdom? Linkus, why did you quit Echoes of Wisdom? Because I'm playing Wind Waker. Then after I gotten a few of those comments, I'm like, dude, this is starting to really annoy me. I get the question if I, let's say, did Wind Waker for like 2 weeks straight and I didn't do any Echoes of Wisdom. I think it's super valid to ask. Or if you haven't seen me stream Echoes of Wisdom in a few weeks or anything like that, then it wouldn't. It's more like the idea of like when some people ask it genuinely and I literally haven't played the game for 1 day. It's like, dude, like, come on. So there's a few things like that that I just like. If there's too much of the same questions, like of that kind, I'm like, dude, come on.
Yay!
Linkus, why did you quit Monopoly? Didn't I only do 1 single stream of Monopoly? Do you want to know something funny, chat? For real? Actually, legitimately a really funny thing. Did you know that Minecraft is my 5th most streamed video game of all time? Not kidding. My #1 stream game is Wind Waker HD. #2 is Wind Waker GameCube. #3 is Breath of the Wild. #4 is Ocarina of Time. And #5 is Minecraft. Because 2020 COVID, right as that started, and everyone picked up Minecraft during like that initial hype of 1.16 launching, I streamed that game for so many hours a day because I had nothing to do because it was lockdown. I ranked up those streaming hours so fast that even though I only streamed it for that like 3-month period or whatever it was, I streamed like over 500 hours of it. So it just became like a top 5 game. Yes, I played more Minecraft on stream than Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it was like a 3-4 month time period because at the time I just listened to music, talked to chat, and I would stream for like 8 to 12 hours just playing Minecraft because it was really easy to just do infinite resets. It was a fun time period though. Oh shit. Gonna miss the cycle. That sucks. I think there goes the gold. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Okay. There definitely goes to gold. I might have still been able to save it, but now it's definitely gone. Sad. What a sad time loss. All right. Well, hopefully we have a good Decatur cutscene skip at least. We're not even losing that much time because I can gold this split if I do it perfectly like I just did. So I'm not losing that much time. Losing like 10 seconds, I think. All right. We'll take it. I think the charm of Minecraft speedruns didn't actually go away because of updates. I think that the reason I stopped enjoying this era of Minecraft speedrunning was because people got really good. Not because I couldn't go for world record. I was never close to world record. I never cared about getting the world record in that game. I just mean on an individual level, when almost any seed could be a really good run, it was really fun because every run made it into the nether. Almost every run made it into the nether. And when you got into the nether, you could spend 5 minutes running around. Once you got a not good enough PB, right around 30 minutes or so, and better, when you basically had to get like a sub 5 minute nether entry, so you had to keep resetting overworlds over and over again. You couldn't do like a village and digging down, for example. You had to get lava ravine in the ocean, and you had to spawn within like X chunks of a bastion and a fortress. That's when I think Minecraft speedrun became less fun. Because then you could spend literally like 3 hours resetting just to get one seed that might be playable. And I think that took away some of the charm. At least for me. Because an RNG speedrun like Minecraft is really fun because every run is different and unique. So it's kind of fun to play and run. But once it becomes like a 1 in 1,000 seed necessary to get like a chance at a PB, not even to guarantee get one, it just turns into a really annoying grind. Okay, I need another air refill. I don't know why that didn't work. There we go. Are you kidding me? Oh, that sucks. I went to Ice Ring for some reason. I kind of lost my track there because I had to change my setup. Link is, I love your streams. They're super comfy. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you. Did you use the Tingle Tuner map? I forgot. I used it once I got to Ice Ring to know which direction was right, but I forgot that I could do it during the swim because it's a new thing. Linkus, are you ever going to teach someone Wind Waker speedruns in person other than Maisie? There's actually a funny story about that. And it's, I have taught Wind Waker in person, but specifically, every time I've taught someone Wind Waker in person, it's always been related to one trick. And it gets very intimate. I'll explain after I do this trick. Let me focus, and then I'll explain what's happened, what I mean by that. One, two, three, four, five, six. So, the one main thing that I have taught two different people, and I'll give you an example of what I did. I did this with, for example, Unaku, when he wanted to get better at Wind Waker HD. So, Unaku was having a problem with doing manual Super Swim in Wind Waker HD. And it's one of those tricks where you just need to get a feeling for it, and it clicks. Does that make sense? It's just one of those tricks where it's not like, oh, learn this visual cue. Because it's based upon muscle memory, you just have to do it. It has to click, and then once you've done it once, you can just redo it over and over again. If you've done anything that uses a lot of muscle memory, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's really hard to get that feeling for when it kind of clicks and you get that muscle memory. So what I did, and believe it or not, this helped a ton. Unaku went from barely being able to do the trick to immediately being able to do it really well. What I did is we sat down in person at a speedrunning event. And then he showed me how to do manual Super Swim. I grabbed the gamepad. I showed him how to do it. He tried to do it, and he wasn't able to copy me. So then what I did is I sat down next to him, and I said, okay, just relax. Just relax. Relax your whole body. Don't worry about it. And then I grabbed his hand and had my hand over his hand. And I basically did the motions of manual Super Swim through his hand. Does that make sense? So I had my hand over his, and then I was doing the inputs, but it was making it so that it was that his hand was actually the one doing it, because I was like, you know, holding it. So yeah, so I was holding his hand above, and I was doing the hand motion on his hand, so he got a feeling for the rhythm. And believe it or not, even though it sounds kind of funny, he was able to immediately get it down afterwards. Like, literally, right when he got home after that, he was able to start doing the trick from not being able to do it at all. It actually worked. Oh no. I think I'm gonna drown. I have to do this perfectly. Oh my god. Okay. I had to pause buffer that because I had so little air there. Anyways, yeah, and then I also did that same method to teach, hold on. Okay, nice. Okay, anyways, so I taught, I taught Unaku how to do manual super swim through doing that. And then I also did that same method when I was trying to teach Wizrobe how to do manual super swim, because he was at a GDQ one time. So he's more known for his Smash Brothers career. But yeah, so that's what I mean by that. I have taught Wind Waker in person, but when I've done it like really well, it's like that. But I don't know, even though it sounds funny to say now after the fact, I'm sure it makes sense that like if you can't get your hand to do something, but then someone grabs your hand, you can relax and like you do it with their hand, so that your body is doing the motion it needs to, then it's easier to replicate, because then you're not looking at someone doing it and trying to be like, okay, is it like that? But if someone actually grabs your hand and shows you like, oh no, this is how you do it, it's much easier to then be like, oh, that's how you do it, okay. And then you just keep going. Now the only now only really you and Anako actually do manual super sim during runs, right? No. Doing it? God damn it. I wouldn't even attempt to teach Maisie manual super swim. Chat, let me explain to you the thought, like the experience I have trying to teach Maisie video games, okay? Okay, so here you have to line up this thing with this texture. Do you see the texture? I think so. It's that one right there. Point towards the screen. Okay, I think I get it. Okay, hand the controller over to Maisie. She aims at a completely different spot. I'm telling you, that is the exact feeling I get every time I have trying to teach Maisie a speedrun setup. I will say though, I do have some hope and faith in Maisie. I think if me and Maisie sat down and I had a week, I could make her a top 20 runner. Chat, it's okay. Maisie knows this is true. If she's watching, she knows this is very, very true, okay? When I say if I have a week with Maisie, it's because what's more likely to happen if I were to try and teach Maisie Wind Waker is that we would start and then it would get really hard or boring to learn. And then she would rather switch back to doing Blender than actually continue to learn the game. So it'd be hard to get a full week of full dedicated attention, because when things started to get a little bit more boring or overly complicated or hard, it's very likely that an indefinite break would happen because Blender would take over. Maisie actually knows how to do storage. I taught Maisie how to do storage, and I taught her how to do to super swim with item sliding in HD. Those are the two glitches that she knows. And fun fact, when I taught Maisie how to do the positioning for the analog stick in Wind Waker HD, I also grabbed her hand and showed her how to move the left thumb to do the motion to go from up to down ESS quickly. It's a really good way to learn. No, my favorite glitch is hands down zombie hovering. It's just so cool. You're literally hovering in a video game that you're not even normally able to jump in while being dead, while having the most fun sound effect of all time. Hi, Druxt. Welcome back. I get back in my green tunic for this cutscene, and then it goes away after this one. For some reason, this one cutscene actually cares about having it equipped. Oh, by the way, I gotta mention something, by the way, Chad. Me and Maisie, I should say, had the hardest time when I was trying to brainstorm. What the thumbnail would be for Echoes of Wisdom Part 3, the final part, beating the game. It was one of the worst cutscene thumbnails I've ever had to try and think how to make, because I'll explain to you the thought process. It's easy to make a simple generic thumbnail. It's very easy. But because it's the last thumbnail, it's me beating the game part, I wanted to make sure that it represented beating the game. But because the game just came out 2 weeks ago, I can't just use a picture of the last boss or a final cutscene, because people would get really mad that it's a spoiler. So I was slamming my head against the wall to be like, how do I convey that it is the end of the game without giving up a spoiler? It was so hard. I had so many possible ideas. The one that I really liked that we made was with just like a generic one with enemies kind of like chasing Zelda. And that one would have kind of worked, but it just wasn't that good looking. The one that I eventually did, if you didn't see the thumbnail, I basically thought about it and I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have Zelda holding up the Triforce, because basically every Zelda game has the Triforce. It's almost as much of a spoiler as saying, by the way, Link is in this game. And you would be like, oh, what? So I was like, you know what? I'm okay just doing that. So I'm just going to take a screenshot of Zelda in the overworld. I'm not showing the final areas of the game. I'll take Zelda holding up a Triforce and just make like a effect behind it. You could have blurred out the boss in the background, Linkus. No, because then it would have looked bad. And also the final areas are really dark, so it doesn't make for a good thumbnail either, those final areas. But yeah, I don't know. I get really pissed off when people... I don't get pissed off when people post spoiler content when a game comes out. I get really pissed off when people put spoilers in their thumbnails or titles. Like, literally on the day of launch, I saw a video in my recommendation for Echoes of Wisdom that had a picture of the final boss, and then I saw another thumbnail that had a picture of the final cutscene. And I'm like, dude, the game launched 2 hours ago. Good job that you bought an emulator, you pirated your game, you played it a week early, and you uploaded a cutscene. You upload a cutscene of the end of the game on the day of launch, and then you put the thumbnail being a spoiler. Good job, dude. Very proud. 1, 2. I don't know why I went for that. I saw it was a frame early, or it was a frame late. Why did I even go for that? I'm an idiot. I saw it was a frame late, but I was annoyed that the first attempt didn't work. That's stupid for me. One, 2. The thing I think is even more funny about people putting a spoiler into their thumbnail, like end of the game on the day of launch of a video game, the thing that's even worse about it is the fact that by doing so, your video will actually perform worse. Because you will not get more clicks by having it. As a matter of fact, if it's the game the day of launch, more people will not click on the video because they're going to be really annoyed. Because you're not, like, you know, it's like straight up people get mad at that. And because people are not clicking on it, your click-through rate would be smaller, meaning YouTube will just start putting it into the void fairly quickly. So you will have, like, accidentally showed a bunch of people it, but then after, like, a day of YouTube realizing no one's clicking on it, you just created a situation where, like, now no one is watching your video. Clean. Okay. If I get these next 2 tricks, we're in really good PB pace. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I think I can't PB anymore. That's such a bad time loss. I don't have the rupees to try again. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We'll see. I don't know how much time it loses to go for the old setup, but I know it's slow. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it's over. What happened? The ledge grab to get on top of the door is really janky because you're not supposed to grab the ledge on top of the door, obviously. So I didn't get the ledge grab, and because of that, I just fell down. Yeah, the run is dead. Let me just, for practice reasons, do this old setup one time. in case it happens in like a marathon run or something, but oh my god. Well, hey, honestly though, this run wasn't that incredible. I lost a lot of time to ropes. I also messed up the super swim to DQ Leaf. The thing that made this run good was basically getting a good super swim to enter Helm Rock, so I can definitely do this run better. Oh my god, I cannot get this timing. Oh, whatever. All right, let's do another run. Ugh. Row. Not to jinx myself, but as long as we get manual super sim within 2 attempts, I don't even care much about losing runs as much anymore. Our consistency on MSS being as good as it is makes runs not that bad. Because, I mean, think about it. Literally getting back to where we were is only 40 minutes if we get a first for MSS. Which is pretty nice to think about. I think I probably want to have a little bit more of an ESS. This could work, but I feel like there's a chance I might hit neutral, but I guess we'll see. It's a good ESS otherwise. This is the only trick I don't get. Okay. I'm gonna explain it one time, and it might not still make sense, but I'll give you the quick rundown. Okay. When you turn around in the water, the game will add 3 units of negative speed. And it does this to slow you down. So if you're turning around in the water, you're not swimming at full speed, to be more realistic. Now, what you can abuse with this is that if you turn around frame perfectly every single frame, you will continuously be getting more and more and more negative speed. The problem is, if you think about it, I just told you get 3 units of negative speed every time you turn around. However, the reason it is 3 units is because the game also adds 3 units of positive speed every frame you swim until you hit the speed cap. So in theory, what that would mean is if you turn around in the water 15 times per second, you will stand exactly still. Because the math of that would be -3, 0, -3, 0, -3, 0. Because it's basically doing -3 plus 3, -3 plus 3, which basically just puts it -3, 0, -3, 0. And anything you can do above 15 per second will make you gain speed. So if you're doing 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, you're just gaining more and more and more speed, because overall per second, you are getting more speed in the negatives than you are gaining by not turning around frame perfectly. Because obviously a human can't turn around 30 times per second. So I'm flicking my analog stick really quickly up and down. And if I'm able to do it properly, I can escape the super swim. Uh-oh. I have to redo that. I didn't get a good angle. I still don't get it. I don't know how much to explain it easier than that. I was mostly asking about the setup pre-run you do. Sorry for not being exact. Got it. Okay, so what I'm doing before the run. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so. I don't want to get into the math of manual super swim because the math formulas gets very precise. So I will just say it this way without going into the math of why. If Link ever changes animation in the water, you will lose a significant amount of your speed. The way that Link's animation changes is if he goes from a swimming state to a non-swimming state. And that happens if you ever go neutral, meaning at the center of the analog stick. Because think about it, if you're not holding the analog stick, Link ain't swimming. So what I do at the beginning of the run is I'm setting up something called... crap, what did the community call it again? Did it call it Black Wind? I think is what it's called. It's a weird name. Anyways, if you've ever played a Nintendo 64 or a Nintendo GameCube or anything in those old generation consoles, I'm sure at least one time you might have seen this. You start up a video game, you get to the main menu, and your cursor is just going into the corner, or it's just scrolling like crazy. And you have to restart the console or unplug and replug the controller to be able to get that fixed. That's basically you accidentally setting up the trick I'm doing in the beginning of the run. I'll explain to you in more detail in a second. Okay, now I can't show you. I will show you. I'll just show you because it's really hard to understand if I'm explaining it. Remind me once this run is over and I will show you physically what it is that we set up, okay? It's very easy to show you before I do a run. So yeah, just remind me before the next run and I'll quickly show you what I'm doing. But it's basically done to be able to make unbuffered manual super zoom consistent and human viable. Also, am I mistaken here, basically, or have we basically almost gotten a first try on buffered manual super sim for every run? Because I know, like, I think we basically gotten it at first try. I know. So I know last attempt I did like 10 seconds. I didn't get in the spot, so I reset immediately. But the last run we got first try. The run before that, I know we got first try, and I think my first run of the day as well also had first try. I don't think we've been stuck at the trick even once. Yeah, if you want to count that first try on this one as an attempt, then this was the second try. Yeah, we've been really on point with unbuffered today. Which is kind of funny because I didn't sleep that many hours. Usually when I don't get enough sleep, I have a hard time to do the trick. Nice. Cute streamer. You know what? I don't look too highly of myself in terms of looks, but I will say I am very happy with my hair today, so thank you. I have not done anything to it, but it is just on point. Nice. All right. Caught. Sorry. Sorry.
Peepo.
Thank you, Mamu, for the tier 2 73-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I would like to say something, but it's gonna sound too parasocial. Okay, how about you say it, and then we'll let you know if it is. Trust me, this is a safe space. No one in chat ever judges anyone else online. If there's one thing I've learned being on Twitter is that no one judges anyone ever. Everyone is always super kind to each other, and it's just happy, fun games all the way around. Like, anytime I log on to Twitter, I always feel happier when I'm closing the app, for sure. I never open up Twitter, get annoyed, and close it because of that. It's always just pure happiness afterwards that I feel. You and Smolland both look like a boyfriend, but like not parasocial. You guys just look very cute and kind. Well, thank you. Now, the question is, chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how parasocial would you say that is? I'm going to be honest, I expected something a lot worse than that. I think, honestly, maybe this sounds weird, thinking that someone is cute online is very different than parasocial. Like, when I think of parasocial, I would think that you see me as boyfriend. Just thinking that someone is cute online, I don't think is that overly parasocial, but what do I know? Maybe I have a weird standard. I don't think that's that terrible on the scale. Trust me, I have had so many fan fictions written about me and fellow streamers doing stuff that, in terms of the scale of what some people take it, that's very, very, very tame. What stuff? I'll let your mind imagine what a viewer would write on a fanfiction about me meeting up with other fellow streamers at events. Spoiler alert, it's definitely only hand-holding. Now, there was one time, there was a community member who had been around the stream for like 2 or 3 years. Just like a super chill dude. And randomly one day, I remember, this person DM'd me a link to a website. I don't know what the website was called, but anyways. And it was... It was... such a long story about a fan fiction of me at GDQ with a bunch of other big speedrunner content creators. And it was so detailed and it was so long that I couldn't even make it through reading it. It was like the weirdest thing I had ever read in my whole life. I think also because I'm reading it about myself, which makes it even worse. But it was really weird. And then the worst part was, after I read that, I realized that it was a website that is all about writing fan fiction. I didn't even know that existed. So I looked up my name and I found out that there was like 4 more that other people had written. And they all had similar things. All of them was basically related to TwitchCon or Games Done Quick with me, with either them or a fellow content creators. It was a very weird rabbit hole that I got down. It was very, very, very strange. But yeah, like I said, I think that's probably the 10 out of 10 level right there. Linkus, do you think I should get plastic surgery, learn English in a Swedish accent, and grow up my hair so I can be just like you? What? You know what, Tebs? I think that definitely you are perfect just the way you are, and I think that the best thing that you can honestly do is beat my Wind Waker run. So if you want to be like me, instead, just become better than me at Wind Waker. That's the right thing to do. Just become a Giga Chad at this video game. And I'm going to move on from that. I'd honestly feel really creeped out to have fans like that. I think the only time I felt really creeped out about fans was probably at 3 separate occasions where... I'll give you an example. There was one time when I was in a game store and I was buying something. And, you know, I was just having a normal time, IRL, and I was having a good time, and I got home. And then the next day, I wake up in the morning, I open up Twitter, and one person has added me, and it's a picture of my back at the checkout counter at the game store being like, yo, saw Linkus at the store yesterday. And I don't know why, but like if that person would have come up to me, because I've had many people come up to me and say hi in real life, and it's not weird, and I'm actually like just excited to meet someone. But the fact that like they didn't say anything, they took a picture, they waited until the next day, and then they posted that picture. I know they didn't mean anything bad and they were just excited to have seen me. But I don't know, with how it was set up like that, it just made it so much more weird. Like, I understand you're like, oh my god, is that Linkus? And then you're like a little bit nervous. You don't want to go up and say hi. But I'm telling you right now, it would have been 10 times less weird if you just walked up and said hi to me. Because the, oh my god, hello? Thank you, Jesus. Because the alternative that we ended up getting instead, which was... Oh my god, hello? Because the alternative that we got instead, which was next day random picture from my back, way worse. Because that just feels like... I don't know, if someone comes up and says hi to me, it doesn't happen frequently enough. I would say maybe someone probably recognizes me IRL outside of a gaming event, maybe like once every 2 to 3 months. I would say per year, I probably get recognized about 5 to 10 times outside of gaming events. So I don't really mind it if people come up, but I think it's just cool. But if someone is just taking pictures of me living my day-to-day life without saying anything... Oh my god. Rip Ron. That sucks. I didn't get the pause. Anyways, then he just feels like kind of... Yeah, if someone just takes a picture of me, doesn't say anything, and then post it, then it feels more like... What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Oh my god, English. Infringement on my privacy? That's not the word. I don't know. It feels like it's infringing on my privacy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what word I'm talking about. Anyways, it feels like my privacy. Yeah, invasion. You know what I mean. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, invasion of my privacy, exactly. That's when it starts to feel like, yeah, like almost like a violation or invasion of my privacy. When it's like that. It's like a bad vibe. It happened another time too. It happened when I lived in the US too, not just Sweden. Like I was in a Walmart, and then the next day I get a tweet at me and it's like, yo, just saw Linkus in Walmart buying an air mattress with his friends. And I was like, that's weird. Oh yeah, show the manual super swim. Okay, I'm going to show you now quickly what I'm doing before the run. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do this quick so we can get into another run. Okay, pay attention, chat. If you have ever played a GameCube game or an N64 game, you might have accidentally done this. If you've booted up a game and seen that the cursor is moving on its own, or it's stuck in a corner or something like that, and you're not able to move it, and you have to restart the console or unplug and replug your controller, you've accidentally done this. So for older consoles, like the Nintendo GameCube, the console does not know where the center of the analog stick is. It has no idea of knowing that. It has no way of knowing it. So what it does is when a controller or a console in this case is powered on, it will look at where the current analog stick position is and say, that's the middle, and that's how it knows it. So it maps every time the controller is powered on, and maps where the middle of the analog stick is based upon where it's currently located. Because 99% of the time, it would be in the middle. And the reason sometimes you might have messed it up when you started a console is because maybe you were moving the analog stick when the power came on, so it thinks that holding up is actually the middle. So when you let go and you're in the middle, it's actually holding up. So I'll give you an example right now. If I unplug my controller and I hold a little bit up and I plug in my controller, then I'm not moving right now despite holding up. But when I release it, Link is moving down on his own because it thinks that this was the middle. So the actual middle is walking down. So now I can't walk up. That's why you get that glitch sometimes. So why am I telling you all of this? Well, remember, with a manual super swim, without getting into the full code and the calculations and the speed of all of it, if Link's speed ever changes animation, you will lose a significant amount of speed, meaning unbuffered manual super swim is impossible. And because I cannot do 30 times per second turning around, right? I will occasionally hit a frame where I might be in the middle of the analog stick, which would for just one frame change Link's animation from swimming to not swimming to swimming. And that would kill the trick. So to avoid that from ever happening, we unplug the controller, hold the tiniest amount to the right in a very precise area, and then plug in the controller. And if I get the right position, Link will swim the tiniest amount. It might look like a lot, but if I show you on the ground, it's nothing. Like, it's literally so little that he's turning around. It's what we call an ESS position. He's turning around without walking. If you hold that when you plug in the controller, it means that the middle is swimming to the left, and you have to hold a little bit right to hit the dead zone. And this is one of the other difficulties of unbuffered manual super swim. Not only do you have to flick the analog stick up and down minimum 16 times per second to gain any speed, but also you have to make sure that you're perfectly angling it straight. Because remember, when I'm doing it this fast, right? When I'm doing it super, super fast, it's really easy to slightly be off a perfect up and down. And if I am, I will still hit neutral and it will be dead. Because I can't do it too much, because if I do it too much, then I can't do the trick. Because you get more speed the closer to 180 degree angle you are. Like, you don't, if you go from up left to down left, you will turn around, for example. You're not actually, you know, doing it one frame. So, yeah, so you want to set up the tiniest ESS where you're not hitting the dead zone if you're perfectly straight up and down with the flicking. But you're not so much that Link is resistantly swimming to the side a lot. And if you do all of that right, and you get the right angle, you can do that. And that, my friends, is the true story of how we manual super swim. Have you broken any controllers doing this? Yeah, that's why I play with this controller for manual super swim, and then I switch halfway through the run. I'll give you a quick demonstration on the, what I like to call tank controller, aka GameCube. Here's my actual gameplay controller. So, I'm going to try and pop the analog stick out of the socket here with this one, okay? Lot of force. Big click to click in, right? Now let me show you the analog stick and how loose it is on my manual Super Sim controller. So not only is it so loose that I can move it like crazy and move it out and in without using any force, it is so loose, as a matter of fact, that the friction of touching my thumb moves it out of the socket. So look at this, me just moving my analog stick from holding it to going out. Do you hear that click? That is the analog stick popping in and out of the socket. Because the friction of my finger is enough that by lifting it off of the analog stick, it lifts the analog stick out of the socket. For context, this is how my normal controller sounds like. So anyways, yeah, let's just say that this controller is very, very busted. That's why I only use it for manual super swim, and I don't use it for anything else. So this is my MSS controller. I use it up until the bomb segment, where my last MSS is, and then I switch to the good controller, because I don't want to wear it out again. So to answer your question of how many controllers have I ruined from this trick, actually only one. Because once this controller became unplayable, I just started switching controllers. Nope. Gaffer none. At least to my knowledge. What's the question about ESS? Does any 3D Zeldas not have ESS? Okay, so it depends on... So, most Zeldas does not have ESS by nature, but it has an ESS position. So an ESS position basically is the act of having a character turn around without walking. And that can be done in almost every Zelda game, and it will have a different effect in different games. It originates from Ocarina of Time, because Ocarina of Time... if you're in the zone of turning around but not walking in Ocarina of Time, it can lead to crazy glitches in that engine. So an ESS technically stands for extended super slide, because you can super slide with that position. You can't do a super slide like that in Wind Waker, but it's the same position on the analog stick. I think I hit neutral. There's no way this is gonna work. I think I had a bad ESS. Oh my god. I'm a legend. Okay. Never mind. I guess we didn't hit neutral. I guess I just messed up my flicking and started swimming to the side. I thought I missed when I hit the dead zone. Cool. All right. Okay, I'll explain this in a way that Americans will actually be able to understand why we just call it ESS, even though it's technically not by definition an ESS. Okay, chat. You know how you call you call it Band-Aid, even though Band-Aid is technically the brand, but even if it's not a Band-Aid, you just call it a Band-Aid. It's the exact same idea here. it's so similar in between the games that even though technically every game doesn't have an extended super slide, which is what ESS stands for, it is so similar in nature in between the games that we just interchangeably use the name from Ocarina of Time in all of the games and call it an ESS. So if you ever hear someone use the term ESS, just know that in every Zelda game, it will mean that you're holding the analog stick slightly out of center. The smallest input the analog stick can register, where Link is turning around but not really walking. That is what it would practically mean for every one of the games. Also, side note, maybe you didn't think so. I'm kind of proud of that comparison. I think that's a great comparison. I don't know why. I just thought of it. I was like, that's a great way to explain it. Can you please do this in Fortnite terms so I can understand, Linkus? Get a chug jug. Yeah. Very good. A bomb slide, when you say bomb slide, if you're talking about wiggle bomb in Breath of the Wild right now, that trick has nothing to do with the position of the analog stick of ESS. That trick is completely separate. That trick fundamentally works not by holding a specific analog stick position. That trick works because you basically have a bomb stuck in your hand, and the bomb is trying to push Link away so that you are not inside of the object. But since it is stuck in Link's hand, you cannot get pushed away from it. So it will continuously be pushing you away. And by wiggling, you're moving the position slightly of the bomb that's stuck in your hand, which is resulting in a speed increase. Like Mario 64? Yeah, kind of like a bomb push exactly in Mario 64. Actually, exactly like that, yeah. Great comparison, Chad. You're on point. Is that why it works so differently with different objects? Correct. That's why it works so differently with different objects. Because the fundamental setup is just to get an object stuck in Link's hand. And you getting in that glitched state where you're kind of just stuck in it. Hovering. And once you're there, depending on the object and depending on how you're moving it and how it's interacting with Link in terms of pushing you, it will change how you're moving. I was actually too faster for the cycle. It's funny. All right. Nice. All right. Okay. Since I have some time here because a cutscene is coming up, I'm going to go to the bathroom once I enter this room. And then I will give you guys a super quick crash course on... Oh, the Animal Crossing one, Macy? That's awesome. I'm going to give you guys a super quick crash course on ESS in the Zelda franchise simplified. All right, here's a quick summarized crash course on basically the main uses of ESS. There's a few more, but I'm just going to give you the summarized version, and then you will understand it for all the speedruns. Okay, Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask. Zelda developers sat down and thought this. Okay, we want to make sure on this 3D, the first 3D Zelda game ever, that Link can stand still, turn around, and then walk. Makes sense. So... they had to rethink, how do we make it so that Link has a part of the analog stick where he will turn around but not walk? Their solution? Cap Link's speed. Pretty clever if you think about it. When you're coming from center of the analog stick, you have 0 units of speed. Once you exit the dead zone and you get into the turnaround mode, aka ESS position, it will have your speed capped at 0 because that's the speed you're coming from. So it always caps whatever speed you currently have. And normally it would come from the middle, meaning you're at 0. So it caps the speed, which from the center is 0, and then Link turns around without walking. Once you get past the zone, it stops capping Link's speed, and now he will actually be increasing speed exponentially until you hold the full, distance of the analog stick. What did speedrunners figure out? If you do anything to gain a fast amount of speed, like rolling into a bomb, or getting a jump slash, or getting damaged, there are small portions where Link will get shot back really quickly. So, if you ever interact with something that gives you a lot of speed, and then you start to hold the ESS position, it will lock your speed and cap it what it is currently at. That's why super sliding works in Ocarina of Time. You roll into, for example, a bomb. The bomb is giving you a lot of damage, so it pushes Link fast for just a few frames really quickly backwards because he's getting hurt. But during that tiny timing, you start to hold slightly off center into this ESS position, and the game will cap the speed, but because you started holding it at the time when Link was going really fast backwards, it capped him at a faster speed than you normally would be able to walk, which is faster for speedrunners. In Wind Waker, it is mostly used for basically making sure that Link's animations doesn't change. So you can go for consistent turns when you are super swimming and when doing unbuffered annual super swim. In Skyward Sword, the main use of ESS in that game is actually to get through quicksand. What you will do is you will walk into sand. You will walk into sand, quicksand, and then immediately start to hold target and ESS position. Instead of the game being able to immediately put you at that slow walking speed of quicksand, the game will basically slowly be losing your speed because it sees you as walking slowly in the opposite direction. So it's going, let's say you're walking into the quicksand with 20 units of speed. Well, because you're walking slightly in the opposite direction, if the game was just doing it on a normal surface, it will do like 19, 18, etc., and that gets applied to the speed, to the quicksand. So it lets you maintain your momentum when going onto quicksand. That's not a great manual super swim. I hope I still make it. Okay, good. All right. All right, this is actually a really good run. This run is actually better than the last run. All right, let's hope this run goes well.
Yay! Hop, yup.
Maisie, let me text you quickly about something. Dude, what? It's just frame perfect. What? Okay. Nikus, will you ever go back to speedrunning other Zelda games like Twilight Princess? Probably not. I'm probably for now going to be sticking to Breath of the Wild, Wind Waker and Echoes of Wisdom. And then I have a sub goal for Breath of the Wild Hundo, if people are interested. But it's kind of a stretch goal because Hundo is such a big category to undertake. Yeah, I'll be doing the SS Hundo Rando soon TM. I want to focus, right, like I said, like when we hit the goal. I'm gonna probably do it in about 1 to 2 weeks from now. I'm gonna do it in October. Don't worry. So it's gonna be in October. Just want to focus on like fully de-rusting on this game and getting a better time in Echoes of Wisdom now when it's closer to launch. What about Elden Ring? Like I said, when we hit the goal, Elden Ring will be in November. Oh my god, I almost hit that submarine. Oh, that was way too close, losing a lot of time. Bruh. Yeah, there's a good amount of new tech for any percent. New route and like 3 new tricks since I ran it, I think. There's technically 1 more route that I'm not even doing right now that I will do once we get a faster time. There's an even riskier route that I'm using right now for today's attempts that theoretically saves it done perfectly 30 seconds. But with how much is at stake when doing that route, I don't think it's worth implementing just yet. So I'll be implementing that soon, TM. But yeah, it's a really cool route. It's just really difficult, and it basically is like you have to get it first try or run is dead, and it has 2 of those tricks. And for how little the time save is with how much, you know, optimization we still have. I haven't switched to that one just yet. Uh-oh. Ooh. Started to slow down a little bit there. That was a little bit scary. Oof. All right. Well, the Super Sim was pretty good overall. We got a first try and a second try storage, I think. We did mess up the boat, though. But overall, if we have good shoes here, we should still be about 50 seconds ahead, I think. My PB had a really good shoes, unfortunately, so. Not lose time. I do need to get a little bit lucky here. Not bad. Ooh, this might not work. This might be too late. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This might not work. Still did it. He didn't. The Chew didn't get pushed out during the side hop. He got pushed out during like the animation of like me landing from the side hop, if that makes sense. So I wasn't sure if it was gonna mean that when I got crushed, I was gonna be off in the timing because it's kind of a tight window. Still barely worked though, which is good. All right. Okay, this could be an incredibly good run if we can get these next few tricks. See how it goes. All right, please, Beetle Storage. You have been really unkind to me recently. Okay. Now time for the bad one. Nice. Maybe we could have gone for a little bit more speed, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, I'm good. That's so lucky. That's so stupid lucky. I got a random area fill from hitting the side of a reef. All right, we're saving a shit ton of time here. This was a perfect split. So laggy. All right, nice. So if I play really well with the route that I'm currently using on this run, because like I said, I'm going to be updating the route. There's two strats that I'm not doing yet that WAKER does that I'm slowly implementing because I know I can really improve. So with this route, I could get a 51. If I implement a few more strats, I can get a 50 and compete for a record. /49. Technically, sub 50 is theoretically possible with a perfect run. But yeah, if this run goes well right now, I should be able to get a high 50 or a low 51. Because I have unoptimized golds at the end game here. I can optimize the gold for barrier skip and light arrow skip. And puppet cannon skip. Every split here is goldable, and my gold already shows me a 51, 57. Let's look out of curiosity. My enter split right now is a 30-10, and the world record had an enter Helmrock split of 30:07. So I'm currently 3 seconds behind world record. But yeah, there's one trick that I do that loses me a good amount of time at the end game here for consistency's sake. Nice. Let's stay focused. Here we go. Here we go. Time to lock in. Clean. All right. That was good. That setup was made right before I went on my break from all dungeons, so I did it for a short period of time doing all dungeons. So yeah, new-ish is a good way to say it. I agree with that. We don't cutscene skip here because we actually need the cutscene so that it takes us down to high roll.
Nice skip Linkus. Love this run.
Thank you, Silril, for the 45 months. A nice skip link is love the run. Yo, thank you. I appreciate it. Hot take, the GameCube version looks better than the Wii U version. Okay, I fundamentally disagree with that, but... what do I know? You hate the clicking noise of the GameCube controller? When you come from the right with the cam, sometimes with the setup doesn't work for me. Did you have the same? Yeah, Loa Kirby. This setup, for some reason, is dependent upon where the camera is set up prior to you going to the wall. So what I do now to do it consistently is that I have the camera slightly right of me, and then while I am sidling the wall, since you have to wait for like 2 seconds anyways for your, you know, invisibility frames to end, I tap target so that it is targeted in front of me. Then you do the setup like normal, and then the only adjustment really is that when you like start holding up and exit first person camera, you don't want the camera to have an opportunity to zoom on its own. So you want to like tap C down within the first like 3 seconds, because about 2 seconds into that walk, the camera will like move on its own slightly, and it can, if you get unlucky in that moment, change to an angle that will not work depending on where your camera was located prior to the setup. So yeah, so just slightly right of you, sidle, tap target, damage, slash, C up, set up, hold forward, start walking, tap C down. And then it works every time. No problem. Yeah, technically, if you don't know, chat, theoretically speaking, that setup is slower than going for a YOLO method, which would be just leaf for the edge and hope for the best. But it's not really much worth it, in my opinion, because you have to get it almost first try because of the magic situation in this route. And even if you were to get it first try, you still had to take damage down for... You still have to take damage down now for the zombie hover that takes place for light arrow skip. So... Before, the time save of going YOLO was no setup plus not having to take damage. But with this route, it just happens to be that you want the damage either way. So it kind of works out really well, honestly, doing the setup. It's +4 at max with the setup now. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of nice to have the magic. Plus, because you would want more magic anyways, Aloha Kirby, you would probably take the extra 4 seconds you save by picking up an additional magic in Ganon's tower before trial skip, either way, so... I would be... It probably eats away most of it either way. Alright. Here we go. Let's hope for a good berry skip, chat. Unfortunate. If you get that cancel first try, you don't have to wait for Tetra to get here and then push her to be out of the way. If you get it first try, she hasn't reached you, so you can just go instantly. Okay. Nice side hop. One, two. One frame off. Hello? Okay. Slightly sloppy, but we'll take it. Still pretty good. Still really good pace. Bye, Castle. Okay. Yeah, I probably could squeeze out another, like, 20 seconds on that right there. If you think you found a new glitch in Echoes of Wisdom, feel free to join the speedrunning Discord and post it in glitch hunting. And I promise you, you will get an answer if it's new or not. I'm not too familiar with every single glitch, so I could not tell you if it's guaranteed not found or not. But I'll be sure to check it out after this run, if you post it by then. That would have worked. That was one frame late on the roll clip.